Nigeria or other countries in Africa that where they could be like a contender in this whole oil?
Yeah, I mean, Nigeria is the second largest oil producer in Africa behind Angola. So Angola is still Angola is top when it comes to oil production. So Nigeria with oil is second, with gas is also second to Algeria. I don't think Nigeria oil situation is not. It's an open field. The French are there, the Americans are there, the Japanese are there, the Brits are there. So it's everybody's playground. So nothing.
I'll tell you guys one more thing. A lot of the freight trucks, they pretty much just use diesel. And I got a newsletter sent out, or I guess a notice sent out for a fuel surge update effective today.
Yeah.
And it lists the averages. Yeah, well, it lists the averages across the U.S. So it does it from East Coast, Central Atlantic, Lower Atlantic, but I'll just read the U.S. On March 2nd, the average was 3.89 a gallon. On the 9th of March, it was 4.85 a gallon. And on the 16th, it's $5.07 a gallon. So you can just see the dramatic rise.
Jack, I was just at the gas station earlier and it was 4.09 for regular gas, but I looked at diesel and it had diesel at I think it was $5.69.
Yeah, that's atrocious. I mean, that's just, and that affects everyone. Where in the middle of nowhere in Wisconsin today, where usually gas per gallon is about $2.65. Right now, $3.69. So it's, I don't know. I'm mind blown right now.
I was just looking at Guyana because Guyana has been in the news on and off, squabbles over certain areas. But through Exxon, I didn't notice, they're putting out 900,000 barrels a day, and they're predicted to do, I think, 1.7 barrels per day by 2030. So, I don't know who they export to.
The United States. The United States. Oh, yeah. I mean, the field they were competing over was a field that the French and the Spanish, was it Spanish? No, the Brits and the French competed for in the early 1700s, and that was the one with Venezuela. So it's not a field anyone can explore at the moment because it's right in the middle of jungle. So that for now is
Equimigo, I can't remember.
That's the one.
Yes, they were trying to say it's ours. Venezuela trying to claim it, but
technically it is Venezuela's. Technically.
Oh shit.
Yeah, technically it's Venezuela. So, but
that's
depends on who's got the most oil in it. So.
Yeah. It's a line. It's a line on the land. It's a border. It's a border thing.
Yeah. And plus, most of that is underneath the ocean. So, who's gonna draw the line in the ocean? So that's another thing.
I want you guys to also consider a lot of the LNG, liquefied natural gas companies in the United States. When prices surge this high, they just completely stop and like to wait out all their projects. So all the construction companies, all the steel companies, all the contractors that were working on building new pipes, refurbishing and replacing old pipes, all these projects just stop. I mean, if they were in the budgeting phase or the design phase, all that is just stopped, and then they put it off until years later. So these guys are all getting screwed right now.
Why do they stop?
Because cost goes up so high that they know if they just wait it out, hey, we could just do this in 2028. We'll wait it out a year. We'll wait for prices to go down. That way we don't pay more. Yeah, for them, they can wait forever.
And the problem, we talked about Nigeria before, the problem with doing oil production or doing increasing production situation's gonna end in a few weeks or how long. They need clarity to do a big investment. So they don't wanna commit to, invest hundreds of millions of dollars in the oil field if Trump's gonna go out next week. So even if we don't think that's gonna happen, they can't take the risk. So that's why
I mean, Nigeria's daily output is should be about 2.3 million, but realistically, it's less than that. It's about 1.5, 1.7. So, how much of that can be pumped and put on the market, which is essentially is already there. When I say already there, because let's not forget, most of this stuff is bought 6 months in advance. So you're not really going to redirect most of it. So
Well, question two is that this is all hypothetical. If this war is drawn out longer, if we have more problems, stop and go, then will the kind of attention turn towards other alternative sources, maybe the continent of Africa, because it sounds like I'm hearing at least 3 different places in Africa where oil is being produced: Algeria, Nigeria, and somewhere else. So while the Middle East is being rebuilt, right, and the war is simmering down, could there be a turn economically toward African oil to subsidize, or to not subsidize, to kind of like offset, supply as they're refixing and rebalancing the Middle East? And will that be a benefit to the continent of Africa and other African nations?
It depends how long this goes on, because their infrastructure is only built to produce so much, right? They can only increase their capacity so much. So, I mean, if they want to build their infrastructure to increase capacity, that also takes time. You won't see that immediately in Africa. Or, I mean, I'm thinking of Algeria specifically because I know that infrastructure a lot better, but again, if anyone else can speak to the rest of the African countries.
okay, so at the moment, the ones that are fully operational would be Nigeria, Gabon, Equatorial Guinea, Angola. Who else is there? Who else is oil?
Namibia.
Okay. Not so much. Namibia.
Burkina Faso, they allegedly have.
It's actually Senegal, but Senegal is not fully operational at the moment. So, as far as expanding production can go, highly unlikely, because just like Jack said, infrastructurally, it's restricted in terms of what they can do. And Nigeria, for the better part of what it does, is most of its production are piped through offshore rigs. The onshore market is suspended for now because obviously of the environmental disasters and whatnot. So where most of the oil can come from is just offshore. Gabon can, but that would have to be with the motivation of the French, because they
Not to cut you off. Sirius said Libya in the chat. Did you list Libya?
Libya is there, but Libya, due to what the Americans did to them, they don't really pump out that much anymore. So again, that is a conflict zone. So it will help if they can, but at the moment, no, they don't have that kind of muscle. The Algerians are basically, they're gas, they're not oil, they're not oil per se, so.
Yeah, I mean, if I can't get filet mignon, sometimes a burger will do. If you can get the grill up, I'm gonna need a Big Mac. Can you give me a Big Mac until I get this filet mignon chef cooking? That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, but then, okay, I understand security substitute, then you're gonna have to pay Algerian prices. Just ask the French. They did tell the French last year, yes, you might want this gas, but you're gonna have to pay full market price. I will determine what the price is. So with the crisis in the Middle East, you know that's gonna be a premium. So it's a win-win for Nigeria. For the world economy, it's going to be an added headache.
So apparently they're saying in 2022 gas was this high, if not higher.
Yeah, that was around COVID, yeah.
That was not around
That
COVID.
was the Russia-Ukraine deal?
Yeah, that was Russia and Ukraine.
Yeah, they blew up that pipeline, that underwater gas pipeline.
Yeah. So I mean, that's another place where the oil can come from, Russia. It's, you know, they're sanctioned at the moment. So
I don't know if I just blanked out during that time. Blanked out. Must have not been available at the time, but I remember, or maybe I just remember the last 2 years of Biden's administration. Because I remember gas prices not being much different than they were a month ago when Biden was in office. Am I wrong? Or did I blank out?
Oh, we're talking about gasoline?
Yeah.
Other reasons, but I mean, I'm right on.
Or you could have just, I mean, it was 4 years ago, so you probably were upset about it 4 years ago. I mean, people were upset about gas during the whole thing. I mean, it's possible. The difference is that it was able to come back down because critical infrastructure in the Middle East hadn't been bombed. This is going to have longer term effects. Maybe it might not necessarily even gas come down, but on other energy sources. That's why, like, you're all there you go. Let's come to those Biden. Okay, maybe, but it's going to be worse. I mean, I don't know if people saw the inflation numbers on the wholesale today. It's worse than it was a year. That's before the effects of the war have kicked in yet. So, y'all do your thing. Y'all want to do your political gangbang. The funny thing about that is we've never produced more oil in history. It was such a weird presidency because he was so caricatured and he couldn't speak for himself and everything. He did a lot of stuff that people actually wanted on all sides and just never was able to make political hay out of it. So, there you go.
Well, I was just saying because Brandy and Dr. Joe Beebe was in the chat telling me.
Oh, not to try, Doc.
Trucking Jack was telling me that it was up to $7. I definitely don't remember it being $7.
Well, not the average. The average
in
wasn't 7.
California.
Yeah, the average wasn't 7. The average was probably 5. But again, alts are also relational. What were other prices? It was really high. So 2022 was actually very tough economic. Like, the stuff was very expensive. Inflation reached 9%. Gas was really expensive. So you had to deal with issues from Russia, Ukraine. They blew up that pipeline. All that is true. But again, even before this, energy costs were going up, like for your home electricity. Right? It's actually a real discipline. I'm not going on that. But the larger point is this: you can let people do the political thing. How about they're paying it now? What the prices were 4 years ago doesn't help me now. I used to have a 6-pack. Not helping me now. I used to be able to dunk. Can't do it now. Can't do it.
Well, also the difference here is that Ukraine, Russia, that was over there and then. Here, this is totally elective. We chose to do this.
And we're involved directly. Yeah, but again, them blowing up critical infrastructure all throughout the Gulf will have kinds of effects that Ukraine and Russia won't have. Long-standing effects. 2022 was rough, but by the time he left office, I think inflation was like 2 point something. Went down pretty fast, so it was clearly related to this thing. We're going in the other direction.
shut down, we had high supplies but low demand on oil because everybody was home. In 2022, when we opened up, we had high demand and the factories, the oil refineries were not able to sustain or to meet that demand, the high demand right away when everything is opened up. This is the opposite, as Ben says. What happened is now the demand is high, but there's no supply at all, right? We destroyed all the infrastructure. And this is, we talked about it in the past, this is going to go to the downstream product of oil, right? It's not just oil itself. Yes, oil takes gasoline and fertilizers, but there's other petrochemical products that gets into oil. For example, your clothing, polyester. This is going to affect India, Bangladesh, and these are petrochemical products that everything that the dollar storage and plastic stuff that we produce, that can impact it. So it just has so many downstream products that it's going to impact this whole entire world. And this is and as long as the Iranians keep and the Americans keep destroying these infrastructures, it's going to be a really, really long time to keep up with that demand. The supplies are not there. If we keep blowing Carbon Island and the Iranians keep blowing, the Omani ports or the Dubai's ports there, it's not good for a long term. So we're going to see a high inflation, super high inflation for a while. So I just wanted to add to that point.
Serious? Have the Iranians even really crashed out completely, like with their backs against the wall? Because from what I remember, even with the attack on the Saudi oil infrastructure, they kind of denied it. I've seen them hit others, but they have like an opportunity to really shut down a lot of that, a lot of that business.
Absolutely, yeah. Of course, they denied it, but we know they did it. Like, I mean, that's their job. But they say maybe it's not from Iran, maybe it came from the Houthis. But it's whether it's Iran or it's Farsi. It's weird.
Yeah. But it's all just still sitting there, like they have so much that they haven't even touched yet, Like if they really wanted to make a bigger impact, I think that's still ahead. Like they could really function up.
I heard this morning from a business analyst on a show this morning in Bloomberg, and he was saying there's a disconnect between the current oil prices and the future market that we have right now on paper versus what's actually been sold physically. When I heard this morning, I hope I can find that clip, that the Omani and the Dubai blend of oil was going to Singapore and India for $170 a barrel. And we're pricing it at $100. So what he was saying is a huge disconnect between the physical commodity that's actually getting sold into the market for Asia because of so much high demand that they just want any barrel out, versus what the stock market is saying. So maybe this is why everybody's now panicking to say, oh, there's so much spread. We need to close that spread between the physical market and the future market. The stock market. I'll try to find that clip.
Yeah, I saw that last night. Sky high prices for that Oman oil. It's crazy.
Good afternoon, good evening, guys. I did check the price for under Biden. So the average price under Biden in 2022 when it rose to the highest was about $350 to $360. So you can compare that with what you're seeing now and make sense of it if it makes sense. But when I was talking about Nigeria, I forgot to add one thing about Nigeria has borrowed so much money right now that they're paying back in oil. So right now, even in the next couple of years, I don't think anybody can do anything because the creditors are just pulling all the oil they can spoon and having a go at it. So I don't know how you're going to increase productivity there if you try hard. And I think Senegal has more gas than oil, if I remember. I'm not 100% sure, but I think they do more gas than oil. And again, even with signed on with Germany for like 5 years last year or so. So to like resign something else, it's not going to be now. It's going to be like something futuristic. So yeah, I don't see us. I don't see anybody ramping up so much, except you want to go and invest so much again. But then you have to prospect first before you start investing. What do you call it? The infrastructure and all the stuff. I'm not an expert, but that's just a little bit. Thank you.
I mean, there are already fields found, but then again, to sort of bring those fields to production is going to take some massive investments, which at the moment we don't have. So nobody wants to do such a silly project at this point in time. You know, so we've not really thought this one through.
You guys still send Netanyahu because we don't know where he is. He released the
Stop it! Stop it!
I'm just asking because how is it?
He's unfortunately, he's alive and well.
Yeah, how could we met up with him yesterday? Did you see that video?
Yeah.
Nah,
I was saying this last week, they shot me down. I will never say it again. I'm sure if the man is dead, they're definitely gonna let us know that. I don't think they would hide it.
Hey, have Divine, have we seen him yet?
Everybody's saying we've seen him. He's done interviews. He's around. As far as I know.
I haven't seen him. I haven't seen him.
Either because I'm sitting in the U.S. But that's everything going
Oh, you crazy?
I mean,
Crazy.
I've seen him live. You know, you guys have seen recordings.
I'm mad.
Don't do it. Don't do it. I'm hearing that he got 6 fingers. I'm hearing all kinds of crazy.
But the internet is just bored right now. They're putting everything's AI. It's wishful thinking or it's just stupidity. I don't know which of it.
No, I got over that, but what I'm saying is we have not seen him live. We just haven't. Like we know
You've seen him live in your life.
every time he goes live, mostly I see him. Yeah, I would say that.
Or like on video.
Okay. So we're not gonna play those games.
No, because we could just say,
Listen. I didn't say anything about AI, sir. You said something about AI. I operate with cognitive agility, sir. I promise you, I know what I'm looking at. I'm highly tuned in, bro. I ain't the one to be having them dumbass arguments with about AI and it could be all. I'm not going there.
So why are you asking if you've seen him live?
Anyway, first of all, I was directed at my brother, Divine. He and I are looking for him. It was not directed at you. The room knows the background already, so you came late to the party, so just stay in your lane. Thank you.
Real quick. He put up a video showing his 5 fingers. If you Google it, he's responding to the trolls that he's alive and well. It's on YouTube. I don't think that.
That's YouTube.
Oh shit! There you go. Oh god.
Just so that you guys know, even if, and they didn't, but even if Netanyahu was gone, they still have a vicious and violent right-wing government. Some of them may even, if you can imagine, be worse. That's here and a bunch of others. So it doesn't even fucking matter.
I totally agree with you. Totally.
Yeah, there's a bunch waiting to jump in the driver's seat. They're just lining up.
We were. Well, the other side is too weak. On his side, they got them smashed. They running that country on. They got that country on smash right now. I'm telling you. You talk to the people that's on the ground, though, that's a different conversation. I promise
Have you guys heard about Mexico with Cuba in the dark right now? You guys heard about that Mexico sent a couple of other ships there despite Trump's blockade or anything like that?
In the dark?
No, they sent some, I think a couple of ships are still on Instagram posts about that.
I'm gonna go there right now. What part of the country Yo, come on, I want to use this app. I'm dead ass. Well, just tell me where to go, y'all. I'm gonna pull a picture.
I just saw that.
I'm gonna look at the tankers down here around Cuba. I'll be back. I'll be back. I got you.
Yeah, no, I'm just asking if you guys know about this or anything like that. I just seen a post that President Sheinbaum sending an oil tanker to Cuba because they're just the electrical grid is done. It's completely off.
Yeah, I haven't heard, I'm not saying that it wasn't discussed in here, but we definitely discussed, the lights going out. I saw something about humanitarian aid. I also saw something about the government is willing for people from the diaspora to invest and to help. I don't know if that took place yet. I know people will get in trouble, especially if you're Cuban American or descendant of those who left and you wanna help. I don't think I'm gonna have Secret Service knocking at your door. There's a lot going on.
Yeah, so what I heard about that this morning was that they were going to start allowing, I think it's part of the deal they want to make. So they're going to start allowing like Cubans in diaspora invest in Cuba.
Oh, what they were trying to do under the Obama administration?
I'm not sure if it's the same thing. I'm not sure if it's the same thing, but that's part of the agreements they're trying to make.
Say it again, Pat.
Yeah, they were trying to do that under the Obama administration. They were trying to slowly open it back up. This is Cuba. This is not America. It's not. This is Cuba that's offering, right? Who gets fun?
No, serious.
I saw
That's Cuba that's offering that, right? Oh, that's
Yeah, it was me. Yeah, I think it's Cuba. Part of the deals they are offering now that they will allow that to happen. Yeah.
Yo, so what we doing per my PTR? Y'all want to go south? Y'all want to go to the west? Where I can increase the size.
Just zoom out. The island's not that big. Just zoom out on the island and see what's going on around.
Nah, I wanna see around the ports how many ships are down there. I'm gonna put like all those little green dots that you see. Those are actual ships. I'm gonna go in and see like they oil, what type of ships they are. There's some oil joints that y'all just mentioned. We should be able to see that. I'll be back. I'm gonna zoom in. I don't know what side they get there, but I'll do that homework right now.
Speaking of Mexico, the U.S. government just awarded a company called Fisher Gravel and Sand, or Fisher Sand and Gravel, another $1.12 billion to build the border wall. And I think we gave them 300 something million last year. And what this company, one of the things they're doing is they're building in the Rio Grande River. They're going to put a wall of steel buoys in the Rio Grande River to stop people from swimming over. So that just came in on the buoys. They put steel butt cheeks to keep you from the butt. That buoy.
Booties.
The buoy. Excuse me. Have a blessed day, everybody. My God.
Oh, you knew that. So you don't remember? I'm over here going fucking crazy. What's happening?
It sounded like you said boobies, steel boobies.
Ain't that not a big Devon, ain't you and grandma the same age? How the fuck you be having senior moments and you don't? I'm so confused. That's a divine, and grandma give you top energy, cause this whole explaining and wanting to see the satellites is just like what? Be nice to Rambo. I like Rambo.
It'll make sense seeing one day, Brooklyn. But don't worry, you'll get there. Just for right now, just stay where you are.
Not too much on tech toys, Rachel.
attention, you'll learn some things, I promise you. Just relax. Yeah. He says the weed. Nah, it's just like, you know what it is? I like unpacking things in real time. Like, I'm listening to a lot of people.
Hey, did you see your back channel? Mute up.
And some people, some people are just like, just so stuck. Like, let's synthesize in real time.
Since we got some in-between time.
You can call me out. Introduce what you were trying to get for me.
I did introduce it already earlier.
Good morning.
Because this is the intersection of gender wars and politics.
Lord Jesus, you know she's trying to bring some gender to it. It's just a quick swoop and a little commercial.
Yeah, you're not slick. We're going to go for
No, but it is literally the intersection between politics and gender wars. These people in the Trump hemisphere are losing their fucking minds. They're literally trying to charge the OnlyFans model 50% of their income in Florida. What kind of shit is that?
I'm gonna go ahead and play this for you real quick.
Controversial Florida Republican running to replace Republican Governor Ron DeSantis is making headlines, denouncing aid to Israel, supporting a moratorium on immigration, and now proposing a 50% sin tax for Florida content creators on OnlyFans, a subscription-based site known for its explicit content. Joanna Sullivan is out front.
OnlyFans has made some women millionaires.
I have just hit 100 million.
$100 million. Well, in Florida, a Republican candidate for governor wants to bring in what he calls a 50% sin tax on whatever you so-called earn via that online degeneracy platform. Now, political targets, OnlyFans women are speaking out.
Before you want to tax thousands of women just because we actually took this into our own hands, start taxing the companies that are flooding into here. A Florida politician trying to start beef with me for clout.
So I'm driving across the Sunshine State to meet the OnlyFans creators and the candidate for governor. We're in the middle of a very public debate about the adult entertainment industry.
I don't want to catfish any of you, even though it's on Tinder last week. And I told you, I said, I want to meet young female voters where they are.
James Fishback wants to be the next governor of Florida. He's running the Republican primary against Trump-endorsed and heavy favorites, Congressman Byron Donalds. Do you think, for the voters of Florida, that OnlyFans is really a major issue?
We don't want our women in Florida to feel as if the only way they can make a living is by selling nude images or videos on the internet to complete strangers. And the men who spend their money, their time, their resources, I'm not letting them off the hook either. I think they are just as complicit by handing over money to these nude images. My view is really simple. If OnlyFans did not in Florida, we would be better off for it. I will not tolerate cultural filth and moral degeneracy in my state.
OnlyFans is an online subscription platform for creators, but it's especially popular for women in pornographic content like Anya Lacey.
You guys are going to get kicked out of this one. Make America great again.
Anya is 20 years old and calls herself a red-blooded conservative. How quickly did your OnlyFans grow?
Oh, it was pretty big. Even that first day, I made like more money than I thought I would.
When did you first hear about James Fishback? How about his sin tax?
I think it's grandstanding. I think it's a publicity thing, which is what? I mean, you guys are weird. I mean, this state is covered in strip clubs. It's silly to say like, oh, we're gonna have morals now.
A lot of your volunteers here are young men, especially. What is it about you that has drawn interest from them?
I'm speaking the truth. Singular, not plural. Masculinity is not toxic. There's nothing toxic about
morning, spoke to young men I know who do support Fishback. Okay, so what did they tell you?
Yeah, Aaron, look, I mean, what Fishback is doing very effectively is tapping into this online space, manosphere, whatever you want to call it, but basically where young men are online. And look, he talks a lot about the economy, he talks a lot about affordability issues, and they're the issues we heard people talking about. But more broadly, how he's getting attention, how he is communicating this, is through issues like the so-called OnlyFans syntax. And from sort of following this space quite closely, that's something that we've heard, this idea, this fascination with OnlyFans girls and sort of coming after them, has been something we've seen developing in this space from Tucker Carlson to others in the last couple of months. Also, I should mention that he is very critical of Israel, and again, that is something that we're seeing with younger people, especially under 30 in the online space, that is resonating with him as well.
Yeah, I'm seeing that in some of the polling. All right, thank you very much, Tony. And Tony's full story is streaming online. You can find it.
You see that shit, how dangerous those motherfuckers are? I told y'all. Y'all wasn't listening to me. I told y'all that the manosphere was the devil. And no, everybody was like, oh, Brooklyn, you went to the word, No, they are the devil.
This has an opportunity to produce more women millionaires than men are comfortable with.
And they hate it. They want this to be. They want this to be in the camera.
She made $100 million off of fucking OnlyFans.
$100 million. That's crazy.
These sales are ridiculous. They're out there spending their whole checks on this shit.
They're coming inside. It is independence. Women gaining financial independence. Imagine that. Financial independence. And these men can't, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Because then all of a sudden it'll be like, it'll be picnics.
Right.
That's very
Separate from all of these arguments, what about just the free market? What about just freedom? What about all of that? So forget about, oh my God, women are making more money and men are scared about it. All that doesn't matter. What about the basic shit of the free market, letting people do what they want to do? Fucking freedom. What about?
It's not fair because titties are worth more than penises.
Titties are not worth more than penises. But I will say this: what they're facing right now is what we face as y'all ain't gonna like this, but what we face as the cannabis market in California. We are heavily taxed. We're taxed pretty much by. Spatty, come on, man, just a second. We are taxed a lot more than all the other industries by far. Like, that's just the numbers, right? A matter of fact, we went from 15 to 19% in July. Then they put a law in October that rolled it back down to 15 because it says it's too fucking much. Like, we're just getting hit harder than everybody else, right? Because the industry is demonized or, the way they view it. And I think that's the same thing they're doing to the OnlyFans models, right? They're looking at it like from a moral perspective. But there's so many other industries that go against any fucking type of solid morality that why the fuck are you gonna pick one? Let them hoes get their motherfucking dough, show their titties online and get some money. If these weird ass dudes need to spend money just to see random ass titties and they can see for free, I will never understand that. But let them make that money. I don't understand why they would heavily tax them just because they're females doing something that his wife probably call him watching. I think some woman called him watching and now he has to demonize it. Like, what the fuck would you go with it? Where does it make sense?
50% is a lot, if that's what we're talking about.
50%, April.
50% is crazy as hell. Listen, that's dumb. That's really dumb. Listen, these men should be paid, or they should pay more. The hell with it.
Well, why not charge the men more?
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Their asses will pay to watch it, so come on in here and pay.
Like, they're not considering pay gap. Of course, women get paid less anyway in the corporate world for the most part. So why the fuck they gotta pay more to show their titties when the men ain't gotta pay nothing to watch them?
I agree.
You trying to call it what it is? This is nothing but gorilla pimping. This is literally telling a woman either get down, lay down, Give up that pocketbook or get off my street.
This government gorilla pimping.
It's government gorilla pimping. It's something that should be frowned upon to imagine that the government will stand in the way of women making their own way.
The phrase I like the most, and I think we need to start utilizing that towards Matt, because I really like this phrase that I call it that mission, was weaponized incompetence. I really like that phrase. I think that explains Matt.
Wait.
I don't.
Did you just call Uncle Sam? Did you just call Uncle Sam a pimp?
He's a pimp. He's been pimping. He's been digging in your pockets for a long time.
Yes. Oh, goddamn. Now you want to be big pimping.
Okay, this is just an example of big government and also the Christian right trying to moralize and telling us what we should do behind our closed doors. This is no different than what they've done and what they've wanted for a decade. That's all it is. It's big government, it's anti-freedom, and it's a police morals on everybody.
Yeah, I'm still confused how y'all tried to say OnlyFans as tax and OnlyFans that syntax is the same as a fucking marijuana tax.
This is me and it's not y'all, because they're disproportionately taxed. They're proposing a disproportionate tax for this because of the type of industry. We're disproportionately taxed because of the type of industry. That's why.
But imagine if they
are. So if you talk marijuana, wouldn't that be more on like, what is the taxes look around healthcare? Or like, so people are using, they're saying marijuana can be used medically, right? So what is the taxes around marijuana versus other drugs when it comes to like
It's not even close, I think it's like a 50% increase. Like we have to pay a state tax, we have to pay a local tax, and we have to pay a combined tax. Like it's ridiculous. Like it's
Right, but that's different. One second, please. That's different. The marijuana thing is different because there's also different tax for medical versus whatever. But separately from that, with the actual OnlyFans, how are they going to differentiate between somebody literally cooking and doing an OnlyFans or a celebrity like actor doing an OnlyFans and just talking to somebody actually showing their tits or their dick or whatever it is? Are they gonna? Right, this is my point. This is my point. So what they're gonna have? So they're just gonna do it across the board, and that's supposed to be taxable 50% for somebody cooking. Think about how egregious that is as a tax on somebody doing what, sorry, in 2026, that's what people want to see. Even if it's not fucking tits and ass, they would want to see that. So what are they going to eventually have people monitoring? Oh, once you show a tit, the tax goes up? Like, how does that all work? This is just fucking the Christian right policing fucking everything.
I got a question. How did Notorious get here? He's supposed to be blocked.
I don't know.
I have no idea. But
How did Notorious get in here?
no idea, man.
somebody block them.
Honestly, say, the take you just made completely threw a wrench in the whole argument because it's supposed to be air quote a syntax. So this basically, you just exposed the fact that this is an incel belief system that is posing that everything on OnlyFans is a bad negative.
That's
Everything
true.
on OnlyFans needs to be completely.
90% of OnlyFans is
But he
like, what are we doing?
But we
he
don't
only emphasizes
90%.
women. It's men don't deal with these types of things.
90% of OnlyFans is women showing titties. Like that's 90% of it.
We don't know that.
I know that.
That's not.
Oh, shit. I didn't know you gotta show up and yell. After the count, don't you?
No, that's not true. It's dick content on there. I know a guy that has an OnlyFans that he does guns. Like, it's a lot of people that do different shit, but he only focuses on women. That's the weird part about it.
The only time I had OnlyFans, I was watching Kev, the Bandman, do credit shit.
Hey, yo.
Literally. No, it's credit. He was doing credit. It was some credit acts. It wasn't weird sexual shit. But I think most of the OnlyFans content when you stroke the bear is going to be sexualized. Like, y'all know that. Like, let's not. Just like us, for example, he's took a of it is fucking recreational. Medical makes up like.
I don't have an issue that they tax that. I don't have an issue they tax cigarettes. I don't have an issue they tax alcohol. I don't care if they tax.
That's the point, and they don't. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Alcohol and cigarettes are taxed like 80% less. Look it up. 80% less.
You're currently talking about taxing a person for leisure, entertainment.
Well, let's say I wanted to do a weather, right? And I paid a beautiful woman to do the weather, and she has clothes on, and the other person is where she's butt naked. Okay? Am I going to be taxed the same, or is one of those girls going to get taxed different?
It's a titty tax.
A titty tax is fucked up. That's all the shit that, and not to say that he's gonna win. He's not gonna win the governor of Florida. I already know that. But it's just the main idea, like the whole idea that these men have towards us women. Like, what do we ever did to them? We never did nothing, and I don't appreciate it. And this is why.
Brooklyn, that's why I believe.
I'm not virtue signaling.
No, I said he is. I believe the guy that's proposing this is virtue signaling.
Can somebody offer a tax incentive or tax break for entrepreneurs? Like a different tax? No.
You
Yes.
told me to ramble, please.
We're such fucking hypocrites in this country because we are totally fine with poly markets, gambling, sports betting, fucking casinos, all that fucking shit.
Because
Like,
we were talking about that the other day. We're not.
We're not hypocrites.
We're not okay with that stuff.
No, with America is hypocrites. That's the point. Because we're fine having that out and taxing it or not taxing it, whatever. But then women want to do something on OnlyFans and people are losing their shit.
I think what happens is, right, like when there's a stigma attached to it, that's when they want to tax it and demonize it, virtue signal and everything else, right? But once it's been here for a while and it becomes culturally acceptable, then we don't look at it in that light. Like alcohol faced that problem. Faced that at one point. And then after a while we accepted it. Strip clubs had that impact at one point. Now it's socially acceptable. It's no big deal. Go have a drink, go have an afternoon meal at that table. So I think right now they're going through their rituals being accepted, and after a while it won't even be something that's a talking point. It'll just be a part of the culture and normalized at some point.
It's an attack on freedom.
I agree with you, brother. I agree with you.
But I thought the Republicans were against big government. What's going on?
Oh my God, you guys are rolling with this weirdo guy who calls black people house niggas in that proposal. That's never going to be the law because he's never going to become the nominee, so he's never going to become governor. Are y'all really going deep on this one? This is Fishback. Remember him? So, it's not going to happen, y'all. It's not going to happen.
Oh, I forgot about that.
I'm just against titty tax. That's all.
It's not DeSantis.
I'm just against titty tax. That's all I'm trying to say.
Well, this is America. I mean, it was founded by Puritans. We've had excise tax. We've had blue laws. We used to have laws in states where you couldn't go to the circus on Sunday. I mean, this is America.
Yeah, for a certain time on Sunday.
Yeah, there's some states. Yeah, I was gonna say some states you can't even have private alcohol sellers. They have state-owned stores.
That's true.
Yeah, I mean, I grew up under blue laws, and the stores weren't even open on Sunday. Like stores.
Man, I hear you on the This Is America, but are you pro titty tax?
I could be. It depends on where the money is spent. Yeah, and it also depends on the threshold. So if somebody is making $50,000 doing that, I would be against that. If that lady makes $100 million, I have no issue with her paying 30-40%. None. At all. Zero. So I'm
you, okay, the higher up you go, you're supposed to contribute more. We know that Big Beautiful Bill all says that, but whatever. I agree with you on that one for sure. I want to get 100 million for showing my titties.
I want the manosphere podcasters to be taxed at that level then.
Definitely.
Now, this would be higher on my list. I mean, I would get rid of the taxes whereby, the famous Warren Buffett tax where he pays a lower percent than his secretary. I think those are more important. But I don't have the issue. I mean, another way you could do it, if we're going to have this conversation, another way you could do it, another way one could do it would be instead of a yearly tax rate, for every X amount you make, you just do a one-time flat thing. So if you make $50 million, every time you make $50 million, you do, I don't know, 3 million, I don't know, 3 million, I don't know, there's ways to do things. I mean, we have to fund the society. One can't make endless amounts of money and not contribute to things that are allowing the person to make endless amounts of money. It's got to be funded something one way or another. But the OnlyFans thing is just him virtue signaling for his post. He's using his run to build a platform. His post-run podcast.
I already said that. I agree with you 100%. He's virtual signaling, brother. He is.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. I don't know if you can virtue signal a group or it's, nonsense, but I know what you mean. I mean, these are really horrific people. But, yeah, the tax issue is a problem in America because Americans want stuff they don't want to pay for it. So,
I don't know, the tax system right now is really rigged, especially with the Big Beautiful Bill. It's already rigged with the tax act, TCJA Act, if you understand that. They fucking rigged the living the shit out of it. They did it even further, made it indefinite with the Big Beautiful Bill. Like, they are protecting the upper 1% and anyone that is operating the business benefits so much more than the average working person as we do. Like, fucking close.
I think he's maybe really about $25 million campaign contribution away from not talking about that problem anymore.
Which problem?
I mean, this sin tax, right? That's a lot of money being made, and he's not getting any campaign contributions from all these newly found millionaires. I mean, someone made 50 million or something like that. Say, hey, I'm gonna give you 5 million, and let's not talk about this no more. I bet you that motherfucker shut up.
I'm sure he's fine with crypto.
Just invest in the crypto. Josie or talk about Donald saying that he was able to get 2.2 million people to self-deport due to his $1 billion self-deportation plan or no? Yeah, no, maybe so.
I didn't see it, but I would need to see receipts.
Okay.
Well, that's what I'm here too. They said that initially he was telling everyone that they are accredited with getting 2.2 million people to self-report, but a new document being shared internally within the DHS, reviewed by CNN, shows that the program has only helped 72,000 people leave as of this month.
And this is the problem with this lying-ass administration. They never tell the truth about shit.
It's a big difference, 72,000 versus 2.2 million.
Well, with them, it's like, it's a really big number. 72,000, that's close to a million, but a million is close to 2.2 million. So basically, it was
2.2, so go ahead and round it off to 2.2.
Yeah, we can round it up. I like to round my bank account up to that shit.
I'm gonna round my bank account from 72,000 up to 2.2. That's what we're doing. You can never believe shit this administration says, man. Like, it's incredible.
He seriously, and I don't mean this in a bad way, okay? Because when I used to have to go draw blood at nursing homes, all right? These old men are sitting around watching the news and set on one channel. They all arguing about something, and somebody did something, and this is what it's what he sounds when he starts talking. It's exactly what he sounds like. Sorry.
And on top of that, to make it even funnier, they said the majority, or the majority who signed up, the 72,000, were already in immigration and customs enforcement.
Of course they were. Remember chipping out and going to courthouses and grabbing women and children?
Right. But follow me, April. So they're already in detention. So they just signed the paperwork to get the money and like, let me just get my brain on the way out.
Go, but just shake the dirt off my feet from this place. I do find it funny that DHS has the actual numbers because I really don't expect them to. I think there's some people still working within the system. Like, let me put the real deal out here.
I would say that program wasn't a success.
I know some people who are actual Americans who would like to be paid to leave this bitch.
Notoria said the 2.19 million are invisible because they changed their mind about coming.
What?
So he's counting the people that didn't come. That's math for your ass right there. That's math in real time.
So they paid those 2.1 or 2.2 million people that were going to come here not to come here.
Right. Like you gotta act like you were coming and then they'll give you your million check.
Set your toe across and so they brought your name down. Why can't we go down to the border and jump back and forth?
I'm about to do that. I'm about the border and I'm just to get it back. Let's do it.
Let's go.
I got a question. Has anybody, I'm sure the California people have maybe some others, has anybody actually crossed the border before, the southern border? Not Tijuana one, but the Texas one?
I was about to say, yeah.
Yeah, not Tijuana.
I've never done it. I've done the Tijuana thing, but I think it would be kind of interesting to see it. Trent was like, oh, those are the border dogs. They had a day. I was kind of like,
No, that's a title.
border dogs. Like, what's going on down there?
They're talking about the dog.
Oh, I thought he was at the border.
No, it's a free.
Oh.
Are you talking about border collies or dogs that are used on the border? What the hell? Trent, so confusion.
I was confused. Trent just randomly talks about, like, dogs by breed.
They were barking in the background.
Yeah.
For reference to my breed, I don't know what it is.
Oh, okay. Then I came to sense, and I was like, why would his backyard? Why would he see the? Why? Because you couldn't.
Well, but he said these men have showed up in his front yard, people who are crossing the border. Like, does he live? Is his backyard like a border?
I think it's really close. Don't worry, you'll be in here soon.
No, it's close. It's close, but it's not in his backyard. It's probably maybe a 2-minute car drive from his home.
That can still be the goal. She got a room.
I have not. No,
I have not. He showed us the border on Google Meet. His friends at the bar.
Oh, that's right. You have his number. I forgot.
And what do you think about the 2.2 million self-deportees?
Sounds like a lot.
Don't you think that Trump has desensitized us to lies now, though?
We just laugh at it. I used to get upset. Now I have no emotional attachment. Right? It's like, it's expected. It's the baseline. If he tells the truth, he's deviating from the baseline at this point. It used to be, I would think that for the most part, it would be accurate and he would exaggerate here and there. Now I realize lying is actually the baseline that shows you the deviation. So,
Well, now, he used to talk about women being trafficked and how he got really specific about the duct tape over their mouth, and I'm like, now that we've seen some of the files that Ben doesn't like to talk about, and I don't want to start a conversation, I'm like, he has experience in this shit. Not when he talks specifically about things and gets down to the nitty gritty, it's because his ass has been involved in it.
do you guys think we should supplement the TSA workers so that they're getting paid and showing up? Since we are worried about activating.
No, do not. I think the airline should actually take over TSA and they should have to pay for it. Like it.
But don't you think it's dangerous if you have 1% of the TSA workers not showing up for it?
Listen.
Worried about themselves being activated.
Listen, I'm gonna tell you right now, the ones who are working don't give a fuck either. They are going to work, working with, how motivated do you think you would be doing this shit, which is by all of everything I've ever paid, and my husband currently is working for no pay. But we're on, nobody likes the job. Nobody likes TSA agents, and nobody likes being a TSA agent, okay? It's not a happy-go-lucky thing. Oh, shit.
I'm not worried because right now, like, Iran has the moral upper hand. Like, for them to activate sleeper agents would just be like, that would be really bad for them. And I don't think they do.
Some of them might operate autonomously. They might be like, I'm gonna do this for my country. I'm gonna sacrifice myself for my country. Right? So it might not necessarily have to be authorized. I'm not sure, like the very few were necessarily authorized by Iran. I think they were acting on their behalf or out of their passion for Iran. That doesn't mean that they authorized them. I think you're right. That could be a long move. But I'm just saying, regardless, say it is long. Whatever it is, I say, if not having TSA agents in place right now in the volatile situation is fucking dangerous.
It's very dangerous. Gemini, 300 have quit, probably more than 300 have quit, or are working another job when they're off. Like my husband is off 2 weeks at a time. He's of course not working another job during that time. But people are quitting because they can't afford, like I would say like a regular TSA agent who's not a supervisor or not a lead, maybe might make 50 grand a year. That's not a lot of money. If you have a family, for one person, yeah, but if you have a family. This is crazy, and they just did this to government workers. What was it, before Christmas or around Christmas? I forget. This shit all runs together, right? These people are just now probably getting steady from the last time this happened, and now it's happening again. I think that our representatives should be taxed 50% when they do this shit. When they shut down the government, that's them not doing their job. When they shut it down, and I don't think they care if TSA is dismantled. I really don't, because they're crazy. I don't think the Republicans care about TSA or Homeland Security being anything viable at this point. I don't see them caring about it. Because we just got through the longest shutdown, and now here comes this one. It's crazy, and it's not just TSA. It's the Coast Guard.
they interdict drugs, on our waters. FEMA, okay, I think FEMA's budget has been railroaded for ice for a long time now anyway. Who else is it? I thought I read that there was some Secret Service affected, but I'm not sure if that's the case or not.
We have a lot of holes in the way that we put up our defense system. That luckily hasn't been exploited recently.
Oh, just wait. Just wait. I don't want it to happen, but my God, here we are. You think that, I don't think even if TS agents were being paid and fully on staff, that these things would be, I don't see airplanes being had. I mean, I could be wrong. I see more.
I'm sorry.
I see more stuff like that, what happened recently. Like in different locations around the U.S.
The reason why I said anything is I had a friend at this school and I just dropped him back off at the airport. The lines at the fucking LAX right now, they're usually out the door, but they're out the door around the corner blocking traffic. Shit is fucking.
It is. And it's going to take people getting tired of it. There were some airline, I guess the corporate heads were telling Trump, you got to stop this, you got to do something because it's messing with the weather, like the bad weather on the East Coast, plus the TSA problem, the tangle, it's not going to get better. Like the people, I just missed it, thank the Lord. I missed it when we left Anchorage to Virginia. We just missed us by like a week or two.
You see it in real time, April, the LAX looks insane right now. Like seriously.
Oh, I'm sure it does. I'm sure it does, and I know I read that TSA was talking about closing some lanes, or even not even having service at some of the smaller airports. So I don't even know how people are going to be affected because they're going to have to shut lines down in order to service what's out there with the staff that they have. They don't have enough staff.
Boston Logan Airport is introducing an app that allows people to check in to see how long the TSA lines are so they can prepare to get to the airport hours before their flight because it's such.
They need to adhere, Curtis, because right now, if you get like normally you need an hour to 2 hour international or on a national or before your flight, right? And if you think you can just show up right now, a couple hours before your flight, you're not making that motherfucking flight. Ain't no fucking way.
Yeah, but they already put out show up 4 hours before your flight.
What you say?
They already put out show up 4 hours before your flight.
I don't know if that's gonna be enough right now, buddy. I'm serious. I don't know if that's gonna be enough right now.
I dropped my daughter off 4 hours before her flight. We're in Atlanta. That's supposed to be the biggest airport in the United States.
I'm telling you right now, in LA, it's fucking insane. It's crazy. I don't see how that's not on the news.
long lines. This may force the closure of small U.S. airports, so that may be happening soon. I don't know what qualifies as small, but at least not the international airports, one would say, but who knows. Also, the Trump's January 6 rally firm, the Trump administration has bypassed regular procedures to award more than $13 million in contracts to the company that helped organize President Trump's rally on January 6, creating hidden business opportunities that only one firm could win. So there's that. I talked about before the Voice of America. The federal judge nullified nearly all actions that the Trump administration took to shutter the Voice of America and ordered more than 1,000 full-time journalists and support staff at the news group to return to work by March 23rd and to resume broadcasting operations. That's Carrie Lake's baby, Carrie Lake from Arizona, the MAGA person. And then USPS funding. The Postmaster General said at a hearing that the U.S. Postal Service would be out of cash in less than 12 months unless Congress allows it to borrow more and charge more for postage. And that's Divine's news. You're welcome. Anything to distract me from the regular work, I appreciate it. Yeah, same.
And we all talked about how Iran might start letting ships through, but only if they use Chinese currency.
Yeah, I think we talked about that like 2 days ago.
Yeah, a couple days ago.
That'd be a huge shift in the world.
I think they already did it with somebody. I forget who it was. I think they did it with somebody that paid them. One already. I think there was like either yesterday or the day before. That they negotiated the deal on this. It's not hypothetical. Who's the biggest Uncle Tom panel ever? Please clarify that in the chat, sir. I like it. No, let them clarify. I'm not the shortest.
So this is from the New York Times Quarterly Separate. You can now make Kalshi and Play Market are offering bets on reality television shows. For example, who will win the 50th season of Survivor, which is currently airing, but filmed last year. The Bachelorette and Top Chef as well. Of course, crazy weeks on that. People. Yeah, of course. I'm just saying. thing is already done. I mean, yes, they have non-disclosure agreements that they have to sign, but at the same time, you know, you never know when something could get leaked.
It gets leaked all the time. I know. It gets leaked all the time. And Ben Shapiro crashed out on Joe Kent for calling out Trump for attacking Iran for no real reason. Did he? Hey, Big, if you have that clip, find it. I'll play it on the stage. I'd like to listen to that. Right, listen to Trump's crash out on Joe yesterday.
Yeah, it's kind of wild.
He was never good at security. That's why I hired him to be the lead intel officer. Yeah. Okay, that's a 15-minute clip, brother. Is there a certain part you want me to play?
Yeah, I can't listen to 15 minutes on Ben Shapiro. Yeah.
Yeah. I appreciate the link, though. I just want to know which portion would you like me to share? It's 30 seconds. Okay, gotcha.
When you're gonna do it, I'm just gonna come in with a kind of quirky stat. Then I'm gonna be fair about it.
Get the stat, then I'll go for it after you're done.
Okay. So there was data put out there by that saying that more people are living alone, and these are the locations where most people are living alone. So I just wanted to give you the information. The top 10 cities that has the highest share of solo living households are St. Louis, Atlanta, DC, Cleveland, Cincinnati, Birmingham, Alabama, Alexandria, Virginia, Pittsburgh, New Orleans, and Baltimore.
You know why LA is not on that list?
Well, the lowest share, by the way, is the top 10, except one of them, which is Laredo, Texas. The top 10 are in California.
Because people can't afford it. You have to have roommates. Lots of people cannot afford to have their own place, so we're never going to be.
So just to be clear, but these aren't it's Fontana, it's Moreno Valley, Santa Ana, Oxnard, Elk Grove, which is Sacramento. Nice.
Yeah, that's out there.
That's a nice Ontario, Chula Vista, Fremont, and Santa Clarita.
Santa Clarita is actually it was in one of the 10 most desired cities to live in list like multiple times in the last couple of years. But no, that's interesting stats. Well, I guess we're going to hear Ben Shapiro. Yeah, I have it. Ben Shapiro is going to berate Joe Kent for outing Trump for attacking Iran for no reason. There was no credible threat, according to him, who was a senior intel officer. Let's go.
To undermine President Trump. The letter is deeply, deeply conspiratorial. It states openly that, quote, Iran posed no imminent
And so Joe Kent looking for an offering for MAGA and, the United States, it's easy to say, oh, Israel pushes them to war. But if you have, if you're big bad America and you're supposed to have your own, intelligence, your own administration advising you on all this stuff, you should be able to make decisions. You shouldn't be pushed into a war because of a political action committee, or even another can make your own decisions, and you have to live and die by those decisions. That's right. But also Shapiro's a fucking warmonger and a violent fucking asshole.
And he also sounds like a 60s news announcer when he speaks, like, see, Trump's his own guy, see? But look.
And is that like 1.5 on the podcast?
No, he's just at 1.92.
I'm like, I can't fucking listen to 2 seconds of that guy.
Yeah, he's at 1.92.
He's a fucking prick. But that's the divide in the MAGA as well. It's like the Tucker Carlson, Marjorie Taylor Greene, now Joe Kent side of things. And you have the Mike Huckabee, Lindsey Graham, Trump.
And Joe Kent and Davis, though, I don't think they're going to be able to, they're trying to downplay it and demonize him and, make it sound like he was just disgruntled and, just little. However, I think he made very, very valid points and that it actually hurt the credibility of Trump's reason for going into this war. I think people are starting to look at it from a different lens, and that's going to hurt the MAGA campaign, and especially with the midterms looming. I think that's going to play a role. I don't think there's any way around that, and they know that's what they're doing, damage control.
I mean, bad for Trump, for sure. But this is what happens when in your administration you only have, bootlickers, and you only have people who have zero experience with this kind of stuff, like a Steve Wickoff and Jared Kushner. I mean, these are serious jobs, and the idea of having a cabinet to be able to offer, different opinions and be able to push back instead of, bootlicking for Trump and saying whatever, you think he wants to hear. Then we get into a situation like this.
Just real quick, I don't know if you guys are, I don't know if anybody would know. There are been any kind of,
before you say anything, what breed is your dog?
huh?
What breed is your dog?
Oh, he's a mix. It's a Dalmatian and Terrier, some sort of Australian Terrier, isn't it?
What were you referencing when you said border dogs yesterday? I thought you were talking about breed.
I don't know, it's funny, border dogs, these people, they don't have dogs sometimes that just walk down the street. But when we walk down towards there's like a secretary for the Rio Grande, and there's all these people, when I say border dogs, there's all these people that have dogs in the back and start barking at my dog. I wouldn't talk about like a special type of breed.
No. Yeah.
I grew up with Rottweilers and Doberman stuff.
No, but maybe dogs you're talking about like border guard dogs. I thought you were talking about like a border breed, like border collie or something. But I guess you were talking about just barking at your dog, gotcha.
No, we just had, we had everybody here got a dog. That's for sure. But
so there was impact in Riyadh, in the Saudi capital. Four of the ballistic missiles that were launched were intercepted, but it does look like one, at least, or this could be, it's always hard to tell because it could be like the remnants of one, but it does look like there is one that actually did make an impact. So, that is the breaking news. The good thing is it doesn't look like. So the missiles that were fired, from Iran, ballistic missile launches on Saudi oil infrastructure seem to all have been intercepted except one. They hit 4 missiles. One of them does look like it made an impact somewhere. Not sure if it actually hit.
But the facility, casualty, we don't know.
We don't know. It's too early to tell. Looks like it's some sort of something, but I don't know if this was in. It says the capital, right? Yeah, It's hard to tell. Hard to tell like exactly what it hit. So I don't want to speculate.
Ladies and gentlemen, TNN.
You want to talk about oil? Because they didn't have an impact, you're starting to see oil futures taper off or drop. That's the real news. Is that not significantly down, but not going towards the 108 that was a possibility. So, there you go.
What's your take on Joe Kent?
Joe Kent, the dude that resigned?
Yep.
So what?
Do you think it was accurate? Do you think that there really was a threat? Do you think there wasn't a threat? Do you think
I would agree with him that the threat to the United States was not imminent. No. But to say that there wasn't a threat would be inaccurate as well. So, yeah, I think he's somewhat anti-Semitic, like Marjorie Taylor Greene. So it's hard for me. It's hard for me, like somebody who's made the types of statements and said the types of things that he said in the past. Some of these people that are in the Trump orbit, it's hard for me to take seriously. Even though some things like now Marjorie Taylor Greene, she sounds a lot more normal. I agree with her on. It's hard for me to forget that she was talking about Jewish space lasers, you know.
What does that matter if he's accurate in this situation, right? What if he said all kinds of crazy stuff in the past, but what he's saying is factually based, is actually accurate, based on the intel, which he has way more intel than us. That's literally his job, right? His job description.
So there are some people, I heard Scotty talking before. Like, I actually wouldn't call Jared Kushner at this point. I wouldn't call him unqualified.
He's extremely unqualified. Extremely.
There it is. No, let us not finish his crap. Let us just work.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, not after in his second term. How do you call somebody unqualified after 2 terms, right? First term, yeah. Second term?
He's a slumlord in the East Village who's learning on the job, getting some business deals for his companies in Saudi Arabia.
Like, hello, just years on a job doesn't mean that you learn the role and can perform it effectively.
Actually, in my world it does. But
some people just sit and clock in and don't do shit and don't learn shit.
That is true. But in the case of Kent, like, I don't think he was qualified to take the job. I think his intel assessment
was accurate. Like, it's hard for me to disagree with, I don't completely disagree with what he said, but I also have to take the person and their motives in their totality. Who's somebody who is, claiming January 6th was fraudulent, and said all sorts of things, about how great, Donald Trump was, and, it's all, just every.
How do you both agree with Joe and Jared Kushner? When one says the threat is imminent and the other said the threat is not imminent, and then you just said that the threat, according to you believe Joe Kent, that threat wasn't imminent. This is taking my brain right now.
Yes, all right, so how do I separate the threat being, so the threat to the United States itself was not imminent. Like, I do not believe that next week.
Kushner disagrees.
Already, well, okay, fine. I don't think he believes that either.
Like you said,
but I don't think.
Trump, according to the
Do you want to talk me a little more?
Oh, go ahead. Just correct. You'd say.
You don't ask me a question and interrupt every comment.
Joe Kent and.
Okay, then let me answer the question. Thanks. So, I do not believe that Iran was going to attack the United States the next week. I think that's a ridiculous assessment. However, was Iran and its missile capability and its aims for nuclear ambitions a threat, as assessed, since the Clinton era, as I can recall. Was it a threat to the region? Was it a threat to U.S. interests? And would it eventually become a growing threat to the U.S.? I would have to concur with that, I guess.
Spirit is here. Yep. The reason I said let him finish his thing is give him 10 seconds more and he would give you a dumb reason as to what he did. And then you can pounce on him. No, you're right. Just saying. You're right. You're right. I mean, saying that Jared Kushner is qualified, I'm still kind of stuck on that.
No, I know it's hard because you're a New Yorker, you know the guy very well and all that, but I was gonna let Trent just finish that. It was gonna take you less than 10 seconds and you would realize he has no idea what he's talking
No,
about.
I realize, I get triggered. What can I say? Next thing you know, Steve Woodcock is qualified. That's it.
Hey guys, Trent is still here.
Go ahead and say why I was wrong, Lord, since you have such an assessment. You're going to come to that the
So, your response, okay, fine. That's the thing. Your response was, he's qualified because he's already been there for 2 terms.
You're talking about you want to talk about Kushner? Go ahead.
Yes, with the Trump administration. What is it about him that makes him qualified? Let's start with that. Tell me. Other than him being there for 2 terms.
There's a different argument. I thought you were talking about the ballistic missile threat, which was Gemini's question, but now you want to talk about Kushner.
Yeah.
Well, I think after 2 terms in a presidential setting, would I call Jared Kushner qualified? Yes. Not many people in the world spend 4 years in such a position. So is he qualified to negotiate the things that he's negotiating? To me, at this, I think he knows what he's talking about.
Oh, okay.
How did the negotiation go?
You may
Right. What are the requirements for a good negotiation?
What are the requirements for a good negotiator?
Yeah, I'm trying to understand how you're assessing him. Like, what are the KPIs? Break them down for me.
For my assessment?
Yeah, you're the one saying that he's qualified. What are his KPIs?
Yeah, a good negotiator comes out with deals that are advantageous towards whatever entity they represent.
Such as, that's how you're familiar with performance reviews. You got good examples.
got experience in the job for the course of 2 terms, which most people don't last that long in these, at this level. At this, it'd be hard for me to say that he's inexperienced or doesn't know what he's talking about in terms of it. Now, I mean, I agree with everything that has happened in, the first term to now, but to call the man unqualified and inexperienced would be a falsehood at this point.
So what you're saying, Trent, is, let's say in a world where you were a very wealthy businessman, you decided to pick one of your in-laws to work in your company. And because that person is there, for what sole reason, I don't know, because they're married to your daughter, or you like the guy, or whatever, that alone qualifies the individual. It gives the individual.
Lord, so we're talking about Peter Levins. His initial appointment in 2016, no, I would not call him qualified to be in the position. But now, after 5 years of being in the position and negotiating things at a very high level, somehow he got $1.5 him and Mnuchin each got $1.5 million from Saudi Arabia. Nobody said shit. At this point, I got to call him experienced and qualified. I can't call him not qualified. Hold on, just let me. I'll put it in football terms. Some people wouldn't call Derek Carr a good quarterback. Okay, because he didn't win a playoff game, didn't take his team to the Super Bowl. Not a good quarterback. But I would be hard pressed for anybody to say Derek Carr has spent, I think, 10 years as a quarterback in the NFL, as a starting quarterback, not experienced. You can say he would. Okay, that's your opinion. But I can't call him not experienced at this point. He is experienced. He is qualified to be a quarterback.
Time served doesn't mean you're qualified. I could work 10 years in the kitchen and still not be able to cook, nor understand what's on the menu, and how to deliver the best value to the customers coming to the restaurant.
I got it. Wait, hold on, Trey, real quick. Hold on, Trey, real quick, bro. Real quick. So, Johnny's, let us both enter into an agreement. Let's make it $1 billion. Do you agree to this agreement between you and I? It's payable. We don't have to disclose the terms on how it's paid or when it's paid or how often it's paid. We could just say we did a deal for $1 billion. Do you want to do that deal?
No, I need to see the term.
No, you're missing the point. Anybody else want to do the $1 billion deal? Hold on, Trey.
This is relevant.
Hold on. Understand. Neil, wait 1 second. Neil Liberal and I just did. Hold on, Trey. Hold on, Trey.
Concrete, you're late. We weren't here for the contest.
What is going on? Trey, go. Stop interrupting, please. I'm begging you. Please stop. Neil, please stop, bro. Please. Please stop. I didn't, bro, you tried to block the Chinese, and I said, let me go first.
I was talking to Gemini. I wasn't even.
You just went after Chinese, and I said, let me go first because you were going to go back to your speech.
They were in the middle of a discourse. You disrupting the discourse.
I think you misunderstood what happened. I'm speaking to his point.
No, I've been listening to the media.
What am I going to do now? That's what I'm doing with the $1 billion example.
You're going to mute because you're going to let them.
You didn't know. You don't know, brother. I'm talking to Neil Liberal.
Respectfully, please let them finish it.
You don't even know what's going on. You have no idea what's going on.
You just got in here, bro. What the fuck?
I'm not doing that. Go ahead, Trent.
Thank you, partner. And Gemini, because you asked a quick question, which I was asking back to the Lord. You saying to the Lord that you don't think.
You didn't even know what was going on. You moved me down. Because I was making a point to his last point about experience.
Okay, I thought he was going to be on mute when I brought him back up. He didn't get the point. He did not get the point, so we will continue the conversation with him. Go ahead, Trent.
Fucking Starbucks again, waiting on a latte. were a threat to the region and the interest of the United States. Is that what you're saying?
When did I say that?
Asking, do you think it's a threat?
It was a threat to Israel. Israel considered it a threat. The rest of the region, it depends. Who gives a shit? The fact is, who am I sitting in some shithole place to dictate to the Iranians what they can have or what they cannot have? It's not my place to do that. But we were talking about Jared Kushner. Why did we go to ballistic missiles all of a sudden?
Jim, my question was about ballistic missiles, not about Jared Kushner. And Kent. We were talking about, he was asking about Kent. But I did like, it's hard for me to say because it's not just the Trump administration. All administrations have called Iran a threat. So now say they're not a threat. Look, I get that we don't like, that many of you don't like Trump. I understand. I don't like the way he puts things. But I also, it reminds me, when you have a growing threat.
Who said it's not a threat?
Who said it's not a threat?
Yeah.
I didn't say anybody said that. I think every administration has called Iran a threat that I can remember.
You said it's not a threat.
I said I get that you don't like Donald Trump in the way that he puts things.
I referenced what Kent had said yesterday during his submission. So that might be what he's not talking about anybody in the room. You know, I think he's talking about
Yes. Yeah, and so what I would say about Iran, and I liken a lot of things to World War II because it's one of my favorite subjects. But when you have a weakened opponent, you crush it. And I agree with that. Once Hamas was out of the way and Hezbollah was no longer as it had been as a threat to Israel. The nuclear sites are damaging.
Fred, I'm sorry, did you just remove the word imminent and proceeded talking about Kent's letter specifically is about imminent threat, which is a legal, has legal significance to, you can't remove the word imminent.
Imminent threat isn't one of the lingos in the car dealership 101 handbook. So it's
So I didn't say anything was an imminent threat. I didn't say anything was an imminent threat. I didn't mention it. But it reminds me of World War II, the lead up to World War II. Had someone put a stop to Hitler when he went into the Rhineland, if you'd have gotten the opponent when they were weak, you can prevent the wider catastrophe. And that's the best thing that I can liken it to. So I don't have a problem with moving Iran right now.
All right, so can I go down? Thank you. So the whole point that I was making is that Trent used the $1 billion deal as a sign of competency, right? So obviously, if you and I agree to $1 billion deal, that doesn't mean that I'm fucking competent. Because you don't know the terms of the deal. It could be all for show. Like when you get that big check that says, I've donated $10 million to this philanthropic or cultural fucking institution, doesn't mean how it was dispersed. It doesn't tell us how it was dispersed or what the terms were. It just looks really, 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 really good, right? And if you never delve into the details, how is this a sign of competency?
Yeah, it's not like it should be.
I didn't understand what I was saying, which is why he started crying. And then Jim and I jumped in, didn't understand what, and then shut
That was because we were having a conversation. Okay, cool.
But I feel because I said I wouldn't do it without seeing the terms.
Oh, that's a different point.
Yeah, I want to make a quick point and not being talked over. Yeah, so my quick point is that we're also talking about completely different things, and I'm surprised nobody has brought that up. Just because somebody can do a business deal in Saudi Arabia does not mean they know how to negotiate treaties, military shit, security measures.
Wow.
Security measures, diplomacy with fucking half half the world, it does not mean that just because you can do a real estate deal and get money and grift for yourself in one country. It's completely different. That's why Jared Kushner is not qualified. That's why Stephen Witkoff is not qualified. So, Jared Kushner's been there for 5 years. He has a very specific experience with grifting for his own benefit with Saudi Arabia.
You carried off my point. Thank you.
I wasn't even listening to you, but fine.
Well, you were doing like crying.
You're crying at a fucking Five Guys, shoving your face with over-oiled French fries. So shut the fuck up.
Too much on Five Guys fries.
Five Guys, weirdo.
Five
Guys are slow. Five Guys is
They
trash.
have great French fries, though.
I like you too,
Your burger, trash though. I want to smoke on these.
Thank you, Jonas, because I was going to say, like, why are we disparaging Five Guys?
Me and my daughter had this argument on it. They're the worst burger ever. We can get back to politics, I'm sorry.
Yeah, didn't Kushner negotiate the Abraham Accords?
Wow. You got a order on the trip laugh. I heard that one.
Yeah, I turned off my phone. Fire.
Did he? Did Kushner negotiate the Abraham Accords? Is that accurate?
Yeah, he was supposed to negotiate. You think those are good? Abraham Accords.
I don't know much about. I'm just looking at.
Imagine citing something and not knowing the details of where you're using the Iowa clubhouse.
He took that with Jared, the negotiator, but then he didn't talk about any of it.
I'm not bad. I gotta have a sidebar with you. Y'all can have it. Trent, you can't bring up something and then say someone's a good negotiator and then say you have no record of their negotiations or their credibility in being a negotiator. Kind of negates your point, brother.
I'll say it one more time. I didn't say that he was good. I didn't say that he was, the Henry Kissinger of negotiations and diplomacy. That's not what I said.
You're using one of my comic voices. Say that to your own
I wasn't trying to say But no, I'm not saying that. But all I said, the only comment I made was I wouldn't call him unqualified at this point after being in high-level negotiations for 4 or 5 years at this level. I didn't say he was, I don't know if he's good or not. The man, like I said, ain't none of us got $1.5 billion. So he knows something.
Quick question, Trent. Quick question.
Yeah, go ahead.
You brought up that Abraham Accord. You couldn't argue or say anything to kind of support why you brought up that one. Do you know of any policy that he negotiated that we could all look back and say this was Jared's work and you're proud of it? Anything? Just throw anything.
I know a little bit of the Abraham Accords. I think it was Oman and Qatar and the UAE. There was a couple of them. There were some hostages let go. I don't remember everything it entailed, but I know.
Hostages let go?
Yeah, didn't they exchange some people?
Oh, the Accords were a normalization with Israel. Some of these Arab countries. Anyway, it's fine. What's another thing you're familiar with?
I don't know the political prisoners. I didn't say hostages. I thought they were political prisoners.
You literally just said hostages a few seconds ago and said you didn't say hostages.
I should have. Okay. That's the wrong term. I meant political prisoners. I thought there was an exchange. I could be wrong, but okay.
All right. Well, what other thing are you familiar with in terms of Jared's negotiation skills that makes you think he's qualified? Anything that you know of?
That $1.5 billion from Saudi Arabia?
The one that's given to his private investment?
Yeah.
You do know that's not a policy thing. That's the Saudis basically giving him money so they could buy influence.
And him and Manucha will put $1.5 billion in their pocket.
Are you not familiar with Arab countries finding key people in government and giving them money? That's what we're talking about.
I am. What's crazy is him
just Mnuchin, which is crazy. Both got $1.5 billion, and both ended up back in government.
When did he go back to government?
Mnuchin didn't go back, but Fisher is now back in government. It is insane.
There is no formal kind of role. I mean, the president sends him to stuff and all that, but none of that matters. The fact is, you've given that money for the sole purpose of buying influence from the Saudis and these countries. That's all. So he can do their bidding.
Trent sounds drunk at 1:35 in the afternoon.
Yeah, anyway, you still have an answer my question.
So go ahead.
The Fed just cut the rate by 1.5%.
What?
Yes, sir.
I'm just joking.
Okay, don't do that again.
That was not fucking funny at all.
That was like completely unbelievable. Come on.
Hey, you come for Five Guys? I'm coming for your ass.
Yeah, man.
I literally got excited.
Oh, I had to go to CNBC to see what's up.
I thought somebody maybe threatened to run out of his life.
Immediately, I was ready to bed. Anyways, back to the story.
Yeah, Trent, I don't want to, I don't know.
If they did cut it by 1.5%, I actually believe, because it's so unbelievable that if they did it, I think the market reaction would not be people investing. I think people would be freaked the fuck out.
Selling off.
Nobody see what's coming because point out what you're saying.
That would be out of insane.
Yeah, Trent, any policy? Not him getting a payout from the Saudis.
I don't really care. I don't know enough about Jared Kushner's mom. The only thing I said is that I wouldn't call him inexperienced. If you think he's inexperienced, fine. Yeah, okay. Moving on.
Well, I don't give a fuck either. You were the one that brought it up over here. That's what we do on Clubhouse. Something you get challenged. But since you don't give a fuck, I'll be respectful enough at the stage and mute up. And let this fly. Thanks.
Okay. I mean, there's something in the chat. So Leo says, Kitover says around sparks fire and hooks and make a gas food. Oh, we saw that brother or sister. I don't know who Leo is. Or she, they, or.
Get an answer for
Yeah.
Stop sending me essays in the back channel. Someone put this in the chat. I didn't miss this. I didn't miss this. Oh, it was Leo. 2 shipments of Russian oil and gas hit to Cuba in defiance of the U.S. That's the downside of the Trump policy. They don't want Russia back in the Western Hemisphere. They might push people into that. What'd you say? I'm sorry.
No, I didn't mean to rush for it.
That's okay. No, I was just saying, that could be the downside of the whole thing. What if Cuba quote doesn't fall, and all of a sudden, they get more support from Russia and China? Specifically Russia oil producer. It's a very, it's a strategy where, they don't think things through. This is a deep cut thing. I'm watching for how Brazil moves. Y'all don't have to talk about Brazil. Y'all know Brazil produces more barrels per day by far than Venezuela. Shout out to
Don't you remember in February where Russia tried to get oil to Cuba, but it didn't make it?
I remember that.
Yeah. So there
I'm
you
sorry,
go.
this might be a stupid question, but if all of these other countries in the southern hemisphere produce a bunch of oil, why are we so heavily relying on the Middle East? Anybody can answer my stupid question. Hello?
I think it's the oil type. I've been asking the same question, but I'm pretty sure it's the oil type.
Yeah, we America don't rely on the Middle East. Not for oil. We get, we produce 19 million barrels a day, financial play because of the petrodollar and obviously the general market and supply. It's not because we need it as much, but directly for our needs. But it does make us money through the petrodollar agreement, which is where they agree to sell oil in dollar denominations, and then they collect those dollars and then buy our treasury bonds with those dollars, and we agree to protect them and sell them weapons and stuff like that. So it's not that we need it for our consumption needs, but it is a financial benefit.
Concrete, are you trolling me?
No, those are the numbers that I have. The amount that we produce as America, the amount that we consume.
Really good. The second.
Which one? You mean on the petrodollar? No, because when people come in, they trigger it and he goes crazy. He wasn't doing it on purpose.
I don't get it. What's wrong with petrodollar? What's wrong with petrodollar?
The way people talk about it, they just don't know, and he goes crazy. He talks about recycling and all this stuff. And they just don't know what it is. So it's one of his triggers. That's all I'm worried about. It's like when a black woman comes in here and plays auntie, one of your triggers.
Well, I don't know. What is a troll? I don't get it.
It's not a troll. No. People come in and always bring up petrodollar and don't know what they're talking about.
Got it.
And he was wondering if you were going to
got it.
You weren't, John, I was saying you weren't trolling.
Got it.
It's like when, people come in, take a Miss Cleo. She actually is not trolling you. That's just her personality. Can I get to the yes? Sweet. Yeah.
Whenever a pipeline or whatever is destroyed over there, it affects our prices over here. Does it affect the people in the southern hemisphere the same?
It does affect everybody because no matter who produces how much, America sells oil globally, right? So if other countries cannot get it from
Hold on a second. It was like a whole half note off. It wasn't even flat. It was like a whole half note. Brother put pitchy in the chat.
I don't understand how you see.
In my head, I was like, I'm not singing the right note.
It was when I noticed you quit mid some shit.
Yeah.
However, I don't understand. Brandy still give you 100 coins.
No, she gave it to everybody.
Brandy is being generous.
I appreciate you, Brandy.
Brandy got a cash refund. She's on the way to TGI Fridays for all
Brandy. Thank you.
She got the fried green beans and an extra shot of Henny in her cake.
Extra shot of Henny. Okay.
I don't know if TGI Fridays is open China.
The only thing good about that submission is that you knew it was pitchy until you cut it off.
Just stop.
Man, I noticed that. He cut it off. Sorry, your mid-AM.
I'm sorry, but I didn't cut you off, neoliberal, but in the Negro gatherings, when somebody's off that bad, you have to stop. And,
it's kind of like self-reporting.
Yes, I think self-reporting. All right, you guys talk about the petrodollar.
No, I was trying to explain. Why the price is global. United States sells energy to anybody, right? So that includes domestic and external consumers. Right? And when external consumers can't get it from the Gulf, in this case, then we're going to turn to the United States, which is going to increase demand on the energy the United States sells, which is going to increase the price. Right? So it's going to increase the price also for domestic users because consumers, because the U.S. producers also sell globally, and the supply has been globally restricted.
Not you calling me Negro liberal. What's going on?
Negro liberal was actually funny as shit.
Not going to be no comment on
I
the reaction.
You might be allowed to call yourself a Negro.
You know what?
There's a slight.
Wait, y'all love handing out that card.
Hold on,
let's talk about this, brother, man.
I gotta work through it. Not because he's, but depending on his No, she put Negro Liberal. That's my favorite Central American country. Negro Liberal has his bank account closed, but I put in the chat. I don't know if y'all were listening yesterday, but when Trent said he wanted to bet him in rubles and what do you call it? Armenian? What do you say? What's the adjective for someone from Armenia?
Armenian?
Yeah, Armenian dollars. He said Armenian dollars. Y'all look at sly, but Neoliberal said, and I quote, "It's okay, we can do US dollars. I have a brokerage account in the in the United States." Now watch this. Neoliberal, is it Charles Schwab? Watch this.
Yes.
It's Charles Schwab, isn't it? Told you. So Brandon, he doesn't want your clubhouse money. He's got Charles Schwab white glove service.
You missed it.
He doesn't have a Robinhood.
The day before that, somebody said, I could buy your house. And it was like, anybody with the, what did it say, with the property values increasing?
I might as well just sell it, man.
I might as well just sell it. Yeah, I gotta start playing with that.
I think he has a.
You remember, that's when I said that's a big deal, not the little one.
Oh, the deal. Do you actually own a home in California? Neoliberal? Or 80%?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
I do own a business in the Pacific Gemini.
That's interesting. That's my hobby. People get that confused. I breed as a hobby. My business is actually cannabis. My hobby is I don't like open phone, that's all.
Oh, I knew that, but I didn't think he owned cannabis. That's why.
No, neoliberal has no exams.
Well, Ben, I will tell you this, and we won't make this a cannabis conversation, I promise, but since I've been involved in the business, there's a lot of billionaires that are involved at arm's length. They have representatives because they don't want to mess up their portfolio. But they're investing heavily. I promise you, there's so many NDAs going around. Believe me, I'm not just saying that. I promise on my dead brother David, there are a lot of them. A lot.
I knew he was invested in cannabis when he asked the other day, I think he got mad at either Trent or who, and he was like, hey, this was the day when you guys had that longer weed conversation, and he was like, did you smoke something today? There was just something about his that made it seem like he definitely had some money in the cannabis sector.
So he is, because a lot of the cannabis people, I see what it is. A lot of the cannabis people, because it was Schedule 1, it's still Schedule 1. Remember that big show Trump made, and it's going to be Schedule 1 throughout his presidency. It's just nasty like that. But they can't get funding.
I think they're going to do it during his presidency. The executive order didn't change it. It was to initiate the law that changes it. That's what the executive order was.
And I think at any moment, Khalees and I are going to come by and help me cook these ribs.
Good luck getting the GOP to do it.
Maury, that's a nasty comment. Nasty. He said, don't get Gemini talking about weed or penis cables. That's what he said.
But neoliberal must be one of these people that's offshore financing. Now I see what's going on. So you couldn't get the money from Wells Fargo or Goldman Sachs. You went to a post-Soviet, Asian, white, Negro passing apparatchik in Armenia.
With a call center in the Philippines.
Who is up? That's why he's been such a bad mood, because of the energy crisis. He had to shut his call center down.
Yep.
I know.
Ben, you guys, I have this, you know what I did this morning when I played you that video from your friend, the Monica of Senators? I just found another clip of him, and this one is really good. Apparently, he claims he was involved in some classified missions, but then he couldn't talk about it. And he's being asked this question. If you guys want, I can play the clip.
Yes.
Sure, here it is.
Or locations on this. And so I have zero issue with talking about it. But I don't have clearance to talk about this this afternoon. was the program that the Congress assigned you to? Yes. This is in my official news. Who assigned it to you? Sir, that's not for me to talk to you about on this. I'm sorry. This isn't classified. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be ugly. You know how classified situations, which agency classified it? It wasn't an agency. It was done here, well, in the House on the time. The House classified. I'm assuming. I wasn't on Intel. We're just not really aware of how the House classifies. I have spoke about this. We had to go to the SCIF and visit about it. I mean, I know there was a paper that I had to sign before it even started. And I may be wrong. There may be more than 4, but I know it was only me and 3 other people that ever discussed a secret that we can't know about it. I would think that there'd be some paperwork in SCIF that they should show us saying this is so top secret and this was bad. I had no problem. You're welcome to go to the House. This started in 2015 and ended in a little like 2016. I have nothing to hide on this. This is too easy. I would really enjoy sitting there and having a conversation with you because I don't want you to question my character on this. So that's very simple for me, but I can't make that authorization. And you guys know that. Well, it's a little difficult for us to go ask about a program that has no name, and we have nobody that we know to talk to about it. So I don't know how we would begin doing this without your cooperation. But I will cooperate to hold the vote tomorrow, but you brought this up, that you were on a super secret mission. You can't do this. No, I did not say super secret, sir. I said it was classified. But only 4 people know? Well, I only know if there was 4 people. There was maybe more people that understood it, but I know there was only 3 people plus me that was ever in the meeting. And so as far as I'm concerned, only 4 people was right in on this. You were on the Intel Committee? Department or location?
That was the end of the video. I've got some other clip for you guys.
Well, that actually is kind of interesting because the House can classify things.
Yes.
But they would know about it or somebody would know about it. The program you're talking about doesn't sound like the House class. I don't know. I don't think Mullen is lying. It could be classified. I just don't think. I just don't think he knows how things work. So there's a chance that he was on a program that was classified for sure. But I thought the House classified it. That doesn't. I think they'd have to vote to classify it. And there's a select committee that can vote to declassify something, I believe.
Intel.
It's very complicated. It's Intel. But they would know about that, I guess.
The other thing is, I doubt that if your mom was here, maybe she might be able to help. There wouldn't be a program that the House Intel Committee is aware of that the Senate Intel Committee wouldn't know about either. So, yeah.
That makes sense.
The other question is why is this public? Couldn't they vote behind the scenes?
Well, I think that's what he was trying. Which one? What was behind? Which one behind the scenes? The classification or the program?
It's fun. At least it's in public and people know they're now in part of some secret classified program. Like his participation may be also sensitive. Why is it in public?
Well, it's over now. Bring it up. Yeah, no, it's over now because it was when he was in the House.
Oh, okay.
Well, his involvement is over. It's kind of a mess, actually. And that, if he's right, he's wrong and dumb, and they're not wrong and dumb. Because it's kind of a mess. It doesn't sound like he was prepared well, or they were prepared. They should just confirm him. He's going to be confirmed probably.
Yeah. Let me see.
The Department of Homeland Security has the mandate since the Obama era for securing our election infrastructure. That's an important job, and you'll be secretary. The president has continued to say that he won the 2020 election, even though there's been 60 court cases saying the opposite. He has said he wants to federalize the elections. He has said name-check cities, including Detroit. He has said voting machines are inaccurate. He has said in the State of the Union, I was on the Senate floor, paraphrase that if his side doesn't win in November, then the elections were rigged, which is exactly what he said 8 months before the 2020 election. You have your own history. You did not certify the 2020 election. There are people at the Department of Homeland Security, 3 people individually
office.
That's not, we know that's not.
Years, but I do believe my job as Department of Homeland Security Secretary will be to make sure that we assure that the elections are fair and people can trust them.
Does the federal government run the elections process or do states?
It's very clear in the Constitution that the states control state elections, and then there is some federal oversight that's on it, but the federal government can set some standards. So if you're talking about the Save American Act, requiring, which is within the Constitution, by the way, requiring individuals to be citizens of the United States, I don't think it's too much to ask somebody to prove they're a citizen of the United States.
That's not what we're talking about. I'm talking about administering the elections. If you are Secretary of Homeland Security, do you feel you have the authority to put uniformed officers at polling locations in 2026?
Ma'am, we said this in your office. The only reason why my officers would be there if there was a specific threat for them to be there, not for intimidation. And
even though we didn't need it during World War II, we didn't need it during Vietnam or the War on Terror, we never had to put uniformed military there. Now, you feel that there's going to be a reason that there's going to be an armed threat to the United States that you
know. No, ma'am. I said I can't sit there and guarantee hypothetically what threat would be not. I'm not putting military. That's not within my
uniform. Sorry, officers.
But if there is a threat, a specific threat, say it's in a Jewish community, and there is a threat that's specific to that bullet area, then we will work with local law enforcement. There'll be a reason for us to be there, and it'll be known why we're there.
I think the reason you're here and not Christy Nome is because Americans trust their local law enforcement now way more than they trust ICE. So I would just say if we ever get to the point where you are being asked to put armed ICE officers at polling locations, we have lost the plot as a country. We have fundamentally lost it. And until I hear someone tell me that this man, President Trump, will actually allow us to have a free and fair election, there is zero trust here, and I cannot trust that he won't try and steal it. Again, you're back.
I would definitely get time to ask something else, not this, but I'm not a senator. Let me see, there's another,
Do what you did. I said I could understand because of the behavior you were having, that I can understand why the neighbor did what he did.
Oh, sorry. Oh, that's how he ended his thing, actually. Sorry. God, I saw earlier, I compiled a bunch of clips and
in the skiff. They haven't. Okay. With that, I'll yield back.
Thank you. As I said previously, we've scheduled a vote tomorrow. I'm committed to that. There are several members on both sides of the aisle that would like a briefing in the skiff. They have it from 1 to 2. If you're willing to do that, several members would like just to walk over and do it. And I think that makes it much more likely that we have a vote tomorrow.
Sir, I would prefer to have the ranking member, yourself, James, and if you want to bring another Democrat member, that's all. It's all or done.
All the members need to hear directly. And the problem is that things are siloed, and it just looks like resistance that you don't want everything to come out. If it's forthcoming, if you let any member of the committee and classified staff into it, I think we can get
that's fine, as long as it's in a classified setting.
As long as what? Yeah, that's fine. It's classified security on our staff and staff. TSSCI.
TSSCI, yes.
All right, thanks everybody for coming today. The nominee has filed responses to biographical and financial questionnaires, answered pre-hearing questions submitted by the committee, and had their financial statements reviewed by the Office of Government Ethics. Without objection, this information will be made part of the hearing record, with the exception of the nominee's financial data, which are on file with the committee. Due to the quick turnaround between this hearing and the markup tomorrow, the hearing will remain open until 4 p.m. today, March 18th. This hearing is adjourned.
That's everything I have. If you guys want to listen to any policy-related stuff, or if you want to talk about Mark Wayne, I just just wanted to share that earlier. Anyone? Okay, let me.
I'm sorry, what did you ask? Sorry.
No, I was saying that's the those are just some of the clips I found for this guy, Margaret Mullen, who's going through confirmation hearing for Homeland Security Secretary. I have, let me find the clips on.
He really avoided that answering the 2020 question, though. Yeah, he did.
And right before we go to the next clips, real quick, Brother Van, that was Dustin. I'm still upset about the point and a half, but at least they did it justify a point. I see where you're going here. They did it justify a point, not a point and a half.
Yeah, let me check the markets and see what things are. Okay, so Tulsi. Make sure I have this thing. Okay. The regime in Iran now trying to vote the deceased Ayatollah as a martyr who should be followed, and that helps them consolidate support.
Senator, the Iranians are certainly using that as a call to action. The effects of that, from an intelligence standpoint, remain.
There is a tradition in Shia to honor martyrs. One of their greatest celebrations is the martyrdom of the grandson of Muhammad. Is that correct?
That's right.
So we wanted to play it into their culture by erroneously. So that was Tulsi Gabbard basically admitting on the oath that this could create the killing of the Ayatollah could create a major blowback to the U.S. And there was one with, let me find you the one with John Ossoff. That was a good one. Here. Perfect. 4 minutes.
Providing national intelligence to the president, correct?
Yes.
And to the heads of executive branch departments and agencies, yes?
Yes.
And to the chairman of the Joint Chiefs and senior military commanders?
Across the IC, yes.
And to the Senate and the House and relevant committees, correct?
Yes.
And the law states that the national intelligence you provide to Congress, quote, should be timely, objective, and independent of political considerations, correct?
Yes.
And you noted in your opening statement you're here fulfilling a statutory responsibility and that your testimony, quote, represents the IC's assessment of threats, correct? That opening statement, as submitted to the committee in advance of this hearing, stated that as a result of last summer's airstrikes, quote, Iran's nuclear enrichment program was obliterated, end quote, correct?
That's right.
And is that the intelligence community?
Yes.
So the assessment of the intelligence community is that Iran's nuclear enrichment program was obliterated by last summer's airstrikes.
Yes.
And the opening statement you submitted to the committee last night also stated, quote, there has been no effort since then to try to rebuild their enrichment capability, end quote, correct?
That's right.
And that's the assessment of the intelligence community.
Yes.
The White House stated on March 1st of this year that this
continue to grow their nuclear enrichment capability.
Was it the assessment of the intelligence community that there was a, quote, imminent nuclear threat posed by the Iranian regime, yes or no?
Senator, the only person who can determine what is and is not an imminent threat is the president.
False. This is the worldwide threats hearing where you present to Congress national intelligence, timely, objective, and independent of political considerations. You've stated today that the intelligence community's assessment is that Iran's nuclear enrichment program was obliterated and that, quote, there have been no efforts since then to try to rebuild their enrichment capability. Was it the intelligence community's assessment that nevertheless, despite this obliteration, there was a, quote, imminent nuclear threat posed by the Iranian regime? Yes or no?
It is not the intelligence community's responsibility to determine what is and is not an imminent threat.
Okay.
That is up to the president based on a volume of information that he receives.
It is precisely your responsibility to determine what constitutes a threat to the United States. This is the worldwide threats hearing where, as you noted in your opening testimony, quote, you represent the IC's assessment of threats. You are here to represent the IC's assessment of threats. That's a quote from your own opening statement. And so my question is, as you're here to present the IC's assessment of threats, was it the assessment of the intelligence community that, as the White House claimed on March 1st, there was a, quote, imminent nuclear threat posed by the Iranian regime? Yes or no?
Once again, Senator, the intelligence community has provided the inputs that make up this annual threat assessment.
Do you want to answer the question?
It's the nature of the imminent threat that the president has to make that determination based on a collection and volume
You're here
of
to be
information and
timely.
intelligence that he is provided with.
You're here to be timely, objective, and independent of political considerations.
That's what we're doing.
No, you're evading a question because to provide a candid response to the committee would contradict a statement from the White House.
Yep. So that's the end of the 4-minute clip. I could find you more, but if you guys want to talk about this, I knew you were going to like that, but now you're not the
different political environment, even under Bush, this would be probably an impeachable offense.
I agree.
Wait, which part would be impeachable, Neil? If you wanted a smoking gun, right, for, again, in a different political environment, for Bush lies of WMB and imminent threat in this case, right, the whole justification of legality of war, this is it.
Yeah, imagine telling members of Congress that George W. Bush is the one who determines which threat is imminent. Then why the hell are we funding the intelligence agencies? What's the point of their job? Except Bush was a bit smarter. They actually threw the intelligence.
The previous intelligence assessments saw that the previous threat, if there was any, was iterated. The previous assessment was that there was no nuclear weapons programs. A line of statements representing the IC, right, by policy government, support the notion that there was no imminent threat, right, from her own office. But then she refuses to conclude, right, and agree with her own previous assessments, and says that it's the job of the president.
And before that, she also said, well, we believe they had the intention to continue pursuing this nuclear program. Like, I'm like, are you reading the minds of the Iranians enough to be able to tell that it's not what we're doing now when coming to making conclusions on what we believe? The only thing that I actually find funny is the fact that I know without a shadow of a doubt that Donald Trump himself did not open his PDP and read through the intelligence assessment to come to his own conclusion as to whether a threat is imminent or not. There is enough reporting that Trump doesn't read or any of that, so he made his, and he himself, he said it. That Jared and what's his name, Steve Witkoff came and told him that the Iranians were not playing ball, so he said, okay, then we're gonna play hardball, since that's what they would do. He literally said that verbatim in one of his interviews recently.
Did you see from that UK senior security officer briefing to the...
After you talked about it yesterday, I went up to Powell. Yep.
Yeah. You see that I forgot there was a line in the article. He says that the British, he treated the Witkoff and Kushner as Israeli agents.
Yep, I saw that. They were there to speak on behalf of people.
I can read out the bit from The Guardian if that's going to hear it. I'll just give, okay, here's 2 paragraphs. Accounts differ on whether Kushner left the talks giving the impression Trump would welcome what had been agreed, or that the U.S. negotiators knew it would take something massive to persuade Trump that war was not the best option. One diplomat with knowledge of the talks said, quote, "We regarded Witkoff and Kushner as Israeli assets that dragged a president into a war he wants to get out of," end quote. I'll put the article in the chat from, when was this?
Somebody has also, somebody has to explain why in the first 2 or 3 days of the war, Marco Rubio and everybody else in the administration decided to blame Israel. I still don't understand that part. Remember?
I remember that. Marco's thing was that we knew the Israelis were going to do it, so if we didn't jump in, we would have been threatened anyway. That's what his response was.
Yes, but the presumption was that, well, it was worse than that. It was Israel was going to attack, and when Israel is going to attack, they're going to retaliate against U.S. bases. That's why we went into it, basically making it an Israeli decision fully, right?
Yep, that's what he said.
So somebody has to explain that why they decided that was a good talking point. And they did decide that it was a talking point because all of them repeated it. And then walked it back.
Well, according to Trump, they are all qualified, including Jared Kushner. So, there's that. That will explain why they would circulate a talking point and then turn around and say something completely different. It's like throwing a bunch of things and waiting for something to stick. Or see if it resonates with the American people enough to keep peddling the same thing again and again.
Hey, just quick question. Has there been comments from Steve Bannon on all this? I'm just curious where he falls into it.
Man, nobody listens to his show. I guess we have to get a robot.
I am very concerned Spirit is taking care. I'm very concerned with it.
Well, I care to the extent that I know who has the ear of Trump. So I'm curious what his angle is on this. Don't go in and say or go in, from the politics assessment as well. Like this would be good for you as a president. So I'm just curious about all the inputs going into Trump's little.
I have some color on that. Did you see the information that Trump soon as the strike started, Trump called Laura Loomer, and to get the validation, and Laura Loomer told Trump that America's so proud of him, we're proud of America, all this stuff. That's who has apparently Trump's ear. I don't think Bannon's anything skeptical of the situation, but Loomer is the one given the validation, given the clay.
So it just hit me. I just got hit by it. She is the lady from Game of Thrones with the red hair who the guy is beholden to in one of the lesser families. Who am I talking about? What's that lady?
Melisandre?
That's exactly who Laura Loomer is. Kind of weird looking. That's exactly who she is.
Did you also see that information going around? Am I the only one?
I think I've seen it, a tweet, like I tend to forget those type of sentences when I see it. Especially after the possible personal relationship between her and Trump.
And you might have seen that there was a speech Trump gave, I don't know, 4 or 5 days ago, where he specifically mentions that he did this on the advice of Steve, Jared, Pete. Marco was also involved.
Oh, he didn't mean no Brown.
He didn't mention Vance, which I found interesting. I think Vance is 100% to blame. He's part of the crew that did this. Maybe he just neglected to include him, but these are bad hombres.
Yeah, there's been reporting, I've heard from one or two people that pay attention to this stuff in the past that basically said Vance himself, in some instances, was advocating for going in harder than the administration went in, kind of like obliterate the whole thing, and just went outright. And I think right now, because of his the potential for a presidential run, he's trying to walk a fine line between supporting the president and not being disloyal, but also supporting a policy that is unpopular with the American people.
Yeah, he's in hiding. He doesn't want to be associated with this because it's a cluster F. But you remember the interview after he was nominated at the RNC, Vance did an interview with Sean Hannity, and he went back to the Iran thing. He brought it up several times. This is really Vance can't, squeam out of this. He's 100% an Iran war hawk.
Yeah, this relationship between Trump and Laura Loomer, Americans will learn more about it when, God forbid, an actual crisis happens. I mean, she's responsible for the firing of federal NSC officials, the kind of people that are supposed to be gaming out. If we attack a country like Iran, what could be the ramification in terms of energy prices? Or come up with a series of solutions that could help mitigate whatever effects we, the general public, might feel, and then advise or share this information over with their principal. Because usually these NSC staffers, even though they're posted in the White House, they actually work for the different federal agencies. So they all come together and they're posted the NSC. They draw things for the secretary, who will, at the principal's meeting, would usually use the information prepared by these staffers to kind of inform the president.
Well, here's the thing that you're blaming. This is like when people blame the mistress of the husband for the infidelity going on, but the blame should be put on the husband. This is all on Trump. I don't care if Laura Loomer has his hair. I don't care who. The
this all falls on Trump. No, I mean, absolutely, the buck stops at him, we know that, but,
I don't know. So spirit is, I gotta put some blame on Lindsey Graham now. I can't put it 100% on Trump. I gotta put some on it.
I agree. We still can talk about the court intrigue even if the buck stops again. We agree, Spirit. Let us talk about the court intrigue.
No, I agree, and I think Lindsay.
That doesn't. He's the only gay in the world that doesn't like gossip. Lord, Spirit is.
But no, but I think it's good to talk about it in terms of Laura Loomer and who else. So yes, Lindsey Graham, like who else is in there? I think that's fair. That's what I want to know about Steve Bannon, what his local position is.
Yeah, Steve Bannon, there you go. Lindsey Graham should be pulled off television. He thinks he's the president of the United States. Lindsey Graham should be registered as a foreign agent of the Netanyahu government. So yeah.
That's a pretty good comment, actually.
That's good.
Yeah, Bannon had Eric, who's the guy, Eric Prince on to disavow the action. You know, when you have guys like, Bolton and Prince, you know this is going bad. We're in week 3, so week 3. Can anyone give an update on Cuba? People talking about Cuba, but I'm mad I read the news.
I said Russia was trying to send some oil and gas. Somebody else too. I think Russia was the main one they were trying to send. They were sending a tanker. And maybe Mexico as well.
Yeah, that makes sense.
It's getting restored after the blackout.
Mexico, the president refers to stance on it. She's sending gas also, or just humanitarian stuff.
I don't know. Somebody's reported it on here. I haven't read it all myself. I apologize.
No, it's cool, because a couple weeks ago, initially, she was going to get fuel, and then she backtracked when Trump was talking shit. And I guess it turned into giving aid instead. So I'm curious if she changed.
Yeah, but based on what Trump said, he said it quite explicitly. The people that are in his ear are, Kushner, Cuff, Rubio, and Hegseth. So there it is from the horse's mouth.
So where is Kushner on this?
What he said was, he ain't going down by himself.
I'm sorry, does anyone know where Kushner is on it?
Yeah, he's pro.
I honestly can't tell if Kushner and Wickow botched negotiation on purpose or they were too incompetent to understand that they botched the negotiation. There are too many sources at this point confirming that they botched the negotiations and completely misunderstood, either intentionally or non-intentionally, the Iranian proposal. You have the Omani negotiator, you have the Gulf sources, now you have the British sources saying the same thing essentially. And I don't know, even if they botched the negotiation on purpose, the way they did it was also unprofessional and left them open to multiple sources coming and contradicting them. So there is incompetence on every level, but I can't tell if it's on purpose or not.
Yeah, Mark, have you ever seen the film The Producers? You ever seen that?
No.
It's the guys that do a Wall Street. This is 1967. They did a Broadway musical, but they tried to botch it so bad that it would flop on purpose, so they could do a little like financial fraud or something. But yeah, these guys, they look like the most incompetent people ever, but it's a little bit ambiguous. Are they just that bad, or were they, I think they're doing it on purpose. I agree with that crowd, but it's hard to suss it out.
It is, like, even if you're doing it on purpose, you do it in a way that it doesn't left you open for allegations that you did it on purpose, you know? And in this case, they just look stupid, because every source that was present at those negotiations came out and said, you pushed it.
Yeah, reportedly they didn't understand what their counterparties were offering. They didn't have any appropriate experts to advise them. But look, I think it's clearly they were, given how disrespectful they were walking out at dumb times. It just looks like they never wanted to get a deal in any serious way.
I think they're also incompetent. They're incompetent. Yeah. They don't have experience in this.
This might be incompetence, actually. Apparently this happened with North Korea. I was reading a book on what happened on North Korea negotiations. Obviously Trump failed North Korea. Is an interstate testing. Going to a first strike policy. It's one of the biggest United States embarrassments on the world stage. But apparently there was possibility of a deal with North Korea, and there was something like a 5-hour meeting where technical professionals on both sides were getting to something. And reportedly, Trump got impatient and walked out because he thought it's not going anywhere. People tried to stop it, but he basically walked out.
Yeah, this was the meeting in Hanoi, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that at the time. Yeah, a president that's operating out of his instincts and gut feeling, rather than reading about information or asking actual experts what they think. You have a president that picks up the phone when he wakes up and calls a media channel. He could be on Hannity or, morning shows actually, because Hannity wouldn't be on at the time. And just be running, you know that term Ben uses every time in Clubhouse? It's all about vibes. That's all it is with Donald Trump.
But you can't say that Jared Kushner isn't qualified because he's been around the administration for so many years.
Yep, he has, for 2 terms. He spent 4 years and he got what? A couple billion. That's what he's doing.
I'm just repeating talking points.
Yeah, he was ready to pounce on Trent. The moment Trent opened his mouth, I was like, bro, you gotta let him finish it, because, you know, Trent is gonna say something dumb to justify what he just said.
Meanwhile,
you talking about Spirit?
Meanwhile, the war has fully expanded into energy infrastructure. Iran successfully struck the Qatari gas Rosneft refinery an hour ago.
Yeah, they hit the uranium fields was that overnight?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a tit for tat retaliation.
Yep, and they also did Saudi Arabia. There's videos all over Twitter right now.
Trent's gonna make some money here. Trent's buddy's long Brent crude oil futures, and he's gonna make bank. Good for Trent's buddy.
Not necessarily. Have you seen the curve, and have you seen the amount that they have in inventories? I mean, they're going to make money, of course, but it's the inventories number was, I mean,
I'm just playing with Trent here. Just having a little fun.
Have we stopped looking for Bibi Netanyahu?
Was that William speaking?
All right, that was me speaking a moment ago. Yeah.
Oh yeah. So, is this the first time you've been on stage?
Maybe once a few, I don't know, 6 months, a year ago. Not too often. I'm crunching out in the chat. That's what I like to do.
Oh, you go ahead. So glad you came to stage today. You been showing up. You been spicy since this morning.
William goes on smaller stages typically.
just don't let him talk about conspiracy theories.
I wish Spiritus would go on.
for this. Spirit is please go to your taxes, please. I like it.
Go ahead, Ben.
Thank you very much. You guys aren't ready for this. I'm a concrete.
You guys are a couple.
I'm at 50-50 on BB and now being alive. I'm not all terrible one coming from me. I'm sorry.
Yeah, let's go to the dark side. Welcome to the dark side.
I'm not joking. I'm not doing it for fun. We're having a cool day. But I'm serious. I'm sorry.
This is your moment.
Man, you know, bullshit today consistently.
No, I have bullshit.
I have his conspiracy bag.
He really did. He just want to go out for your
As he should.
bullshit today.
Listen, I've been seeing
because of rates by a point and a half, and now he's been.
Let's cut the rate. It took half a second to get that.
I was saying the ranking news earlier. Concrete, he said the Feds cut the rate by a point and a half.
I was just trolling concrete and I didn't get that.
Yeah, that was half a second. And he basically told us, Ben, I've tried avoiding sending you anything about the BB stuff. I don't know if you've noticed. Everything is
I got it all.
I mean, the whole thing with, what's his name, Mike Huckabee yesterday, that was weird. Why did Mike Huckabee of all people? He is still settled. He is still yet to settle his Lord Balfour declaration. And he's out there doing PR or trying to help, I guess. Oh, Mr. President, I was checking this. The president was asking me to come check in on you and make sure you're doing okay. What the fuck?
So that was it? You didn't want to give a theory behind it, you just wanted to lay it on the table?
Oh, you want to know why? Because if I make that mistake, I know someone that will hold that over me for the next 2 years. Nope.
Well, you guys did it now. Go ahead and finish it out. What's going on?
No, that was concrete. Lay
out here after this. That's the fourth year question. I'll wait to hear it. I'm not.
BB is dead?
Yes, sir.
I never said that.
Okay.
Wait, hold on. Here, I'll lay it out. So,
I'm ready to hear from Brother Pam.
okay, brother, we just finished real quick and then you can let it go. Real quick, I know why I had all that. Anyway, so, did y'all hear about the Indian reporter?
Yeah, the live stream were caught him. Yeah.
Okay. And that was a real thing, right?
Looks
That
real.
really happened.
What was the Indian reporter?
Well, Gemini doesn't want me to speak and lay out the argument, but I'm gonna do so anyway because I'm a real nigga. Anyway, so the whole point is there was an Indian reporter that was looking to get an interview with Bibi Netanyahu, and he happened to be like on his tail, right, like in Israel, looking for him, and happened upon him whilst he was doing a live broadcast. He pans, he's looking at the camera, speaking, then he pans over and sees, oh wow, look, there goes BB right there while he was recording. And that's when they say the Iranians who were also watching and paying attention sent rounds downrange to his location. It's basically the equivalent of somebody getting caught lacking while dropping their location inadvertently on live, right? You know those situations where the guy's got ops, he's on live, he's talking shit, and all of a sudden people are at his location. That's what they said happened. Maybe
So concrete translation for Gemini, there was a fire mission, brother, and still he talking. And the motherfucker's dead.
It has not been confirmation of any of this. This is all tinfoil. We're out of tinfoil on this conversation. We used to know.
But it could be that he went.
Yeah, what's your response?
It could be that he's just been extra careful and out of the.
I actually saw a photo.
So the fact that someone is keeping it low profile, doing a high profile in military conferences, we can't call it war, is making you guys feel that he's potentially dead.
No, that's not the evidence chain. No, that wasn't it. The evidence chain was the Indian reporter, the BB getting caught on camera,
I think they're playing with us a little bit. It's kind of funny.
That's exactly why you do not take advice or listen to the opinions of quote unquote real niggas.
So, isn't that the reason, well, didn't one of the Iranian guys go to like a protest or a rally or whatever and parade, and then now they're saying he's not alive? So, I mean, I guess that's why he would be keeping a low profile. But what you're saying is because he was spotted, they figured out where he was, and then they chased him down and got him? Was that the conclusion? I just want to make sure that.
Wait, what? Wait, say it again, please.
Never mind.
Why are you saying the remedy is not free?
Wait, never mind. I was doing something else. You can say it again?
No, the moment passed.
First lady, why you don't want to say it again?
The moment passed, sir.
Yeah, he's about to get whooped. That's what's up. She ran back because she knew she was about to lose. Thank y'all.
Not about the ass.
As always.
Just tighten up that belt so the shit don't keep dropping around his ass.
I saw a friend of mine send me a video. It was a Haitian lady saying, "Get ready with me when I prepare to beat my son." Oh, it was so good. It was so good.
Wait, you're advocating?
Yeah, the Bible literally says, "Spare the rod, spoil the child." I ride with the Bible. Thank you for that.
Well, when did you get beaten? Because clearly your performance on this. What do you mean? You started it with me talking about belt the ass. Gemini gave me a signal to shut the hell up. So I don't argue with men. So I just went on mute. Hello. I mean, I could start gender war with you. I mean, a woman submits to a man.
You don't lose that one too. You don't lose that one too.
I'm just saying, like, isn't that what you always go around saying? Women need to listen to men and they need to fall in line and all that. Okay, so I did that, and now look at you. Thank you, Chad. Hey, Notorious.
I got some breaking news. So earlier today, I was looking for y'all room. I guess y'all were shadow man. So I went through scrolling through people who are supposedly my friends, and I saw First Lady's PTR. So I said, let me go to the room. I clicked on it, and I was shocked at what First Lady was indulging in. The amount of screaming and what they call banging on Clubhouse.
We're not going to do this the first lady.
No, hold on. She was there. She wasn't participating.
Anyway, I have breaking
news. She was being entertained. I'm not.
I have breaking news. So, shake your ass.
say. Diddy got his ass whooped, and we see how he turned out. So.
Oh, so y'all know better than the Bible. Okay, cool. I got you. Well, y'all get your own Bible. Y'all own Messiahs.
I think when you get your own kids.
Wait, who's to say I don't have children in my life that I've reared?
Child, so you put your hands on other people's kids? Huh? You put your hands on other people's kids?
Listen.
Jeez, Monet.
Listen, you can say whatever, but guess what?
I didn't say nothing. I just had
They are excellent human beings. No prisons, school, work. Yes.
The question is, did you put your hands up?
Yes, sometimes I had to. Yes.
So you been around here being a stepdaddy? Yo,
I'm a top tier stepdaddy.
What's going on? Let's get down to the business. Oh my goodness, you know what?
I have an A1 gold medal.
But you talked about stepdaddies.
Not once in my life. What are you talking about? You making stuff up now? Uh-oh.
Hey, you know what's even crazier, First Lady? This is the rapper that gentleman chose to quote in the church when he was defending his wife's lustful outfit.
Yep, that's the one. Well, I mean, I don't understand why some of these women would even be in proximity with him based off of his history.
His track record, right?
Yeah. I wouldn't want to be around him, because who knows?
I'm surprised that the men in their lives, like, I'm not gonna sound like a virtual signal, but I promise, like, that's in my life right now. I mean, if it's a woman in my family where I catch them, it's where I catch them. That is me, the courtroom, I got built. I'm fucking bald the second I catch them. I don't understand how the men in their lives have not done some crazy damage. As long as you're working motherfucking Chelsea, you touch a woman in my family or my daughter, it's up. I don't care if it brings back to a cuss.
Gemini, your mic sucks, bro.
I don't care. Like that's me.
We can't hear you.
I can hear him fine. What's going on?
No, you don't hear him fine. You can hear him, but you probably straining your ear. Don't say it's fine.
Okay.
I heard it just fine.
Did you come to argue today? What's happening?
Okay.
Are you
We're all having different audio experiences. It's
Do
okay.
you want love?
First lady, all I said is he can't hear her.
She will come get your brother, please.
Don't bring she will over here. They turned she into a mod. They turned her into a mod and she got worse than you. Is my mic really low?
I can hear you. She will, please, take him back home. He stumbled along the way.
I'm not getting in the car with she was. I'm not getting in the car with that.
From Mr. Barr was just doing that for change space. If Netanyahu was dead, do you think Israel's influence in puppeteering Trump is over with? Do you think it's all him?
No. I think he's very effective, though, at what he does. But
Very effective. Kurt was one of those little bitches.
You think that's the reason why maybe the man decided he was gonna come forward? Maybe he know a little bit more than everybody else.
He does. Both did.
Perhaps. I don't know. But I ain't gonna say that. We'll see. We'll see what happens.
That's already.
You just did something and take it back. Yes.
He walked it back. He walked it back.
I mean, because really, when I was asking him the question, it was twofold because, you know, I could see possibly that's how they got the Iranians with him, you know, putting himself out there on the front street. Somebody was able to follow him, and then they had the what you call it, the beat on him, you know. And if Netanyahu, the reporter, found him, I don't know.
I think it's more likely that he knows he's a high-profile target
And he just need to hide.
and he's staying low.
That would be smart. But that's the only reason why I'm saying about the reporter found him. And if the reporter found him and
Highlighted.
exactly. That's the only caveat. But who knows? I don't even know if the story is true or what he provided.
Surprised. The brother band tends to stay away from tinfoil topics. He just embraced this. I don't know.
But he
Everyone
really
needs to get well sometimes.
because really, to be honest with you, he was the person I was asking to, go and explain why.
Yeah, likewise, unconscious.
Exactly, and that's the reason why I felt like he was telling me.
Wait, what happened?
Go back on the phone.
We were talking important calls to tend to, so.
I swear, the black community, I swear, if I could get accepted by another community, I'd get rid of y'all so quick.
I thought you were with Milk.
I could learn Chinese, perhaps.
You need to help you with that?
I can switch communities.
I would trade Negro.
I could learn Europe or something.
I would definitely import Negro liberal and export a concrete immediately.
I don't know how to relations retire and help you. You need a press kit? What you need? I'll help you.
Nah, let me think about it, Johnny's. Cause I gotta get away from y'all. Y'all get on my nerve.
It's crazy how it's everybody else and never you.
It is everybody else. It's called sodomy.
And that was my question. You never explained. When he's not paying attention in Gemini, the community I'm thinking about it's one that involves housing. So there may be a waiting list for it, but I'm not worried on it. I'll get back to y'all.
Wait, what? Listen, housing.
You wanted to go to the right?
Might need housing, so that could be a good trade. There you go. The roof is pretty hot, smooth, but concrete.
That's crazy. He said he wanted a new computer. I'm just trying to help the brother. You act.
Yeah, definitely gotta get away from y'all.
Did y'all invite him? Shut up. Shut up.
I was born into.
Alright, the thing that was, he was grandfathered. We inherited him.
Y'all was cool in the mid-2000s. In 2010s, y'all was good. But now, oh my gosh.
Who was y'all?
Black community.
I thought you was talking about women. So, did they confirm this guy? Did that come through? Confirmation.
Oh, you're talking about Mark Wayne? Oh, no, not yet. He hasn't been confirmed.
Are they still gone? Are they still still on their thing?
Yeah, I think the hearing might have been done by now. Yes.
I'm looking at the headlines as saying that the U.S. believes that Iran's regime is still very much intact, going against everything that we've been told by TNN. I do have a brief clip if you guys like, or we can keep going. Y'all let me know.
Play the clip.
And military capabilities.
leaving limited options. Iran's strategic position has been significantly degraded. The US-led maximum pressure campaign and snapback of European sanctions added additional pressure to an already bleak Iranian economy, resulting in mass protests earlier this year that Tehran suppressed by killing thousands of protesters. Even if the regime remains intact, the IC assesses that internal tensions are likely to increase as Iran's economy worsens. Even so, Iran and its proxies continue to attack US and allied interests in the Middle East. The IC assesses that if a hostile regime survives, it will likely seek to begin a years-long effort to rebuild its military, missiles, and UAV forces. Prior to Operation Epic Fury, the IC assesses Iran was trying to recover from the severe damage to its nuclear infrastructure sustained during the 12-day war, and continued to refuse to comply with its nuclear obligations with the IAEA, refusing them access to key facilities. The IC assesses that Iran has previously demonstrated space launch and other technology it could use to begin to develop a militarily viable ICBM before 2035, should Tehran attempt to pursue that capability. However, these assessments will clearly be updated as the full impact of Operation Epic Fury's devastating strikes on Iran's missile production facilities, stockpiles, and launch capabilities is determined.
It flexed some political muscle. Who was that speaking?
Click back 1 second, I'll tell you. Damn it, I lost the article. First lady, give me a second.
It was given, okay, it was given Tulsi Gabbard, but I thought it couldn't have been her. I don't know.
It was.
It was her? Okay.
Do I need to find her, or did you say it was Ben?
Yeah, that was her.
Did y'all talk about how somebody selling Grok, well, XAI, for creating images of children sexual abuse?
1 second, it was Tulsi Gabbard. She looks weathered, brother. Like, damn. That was not a good look. I'm sorry, go ahead, brother.
I already said it at this point, so there's that.
My apologies.
Dad talked about it before. I don't know much about it, but the little bit I read is very disturbing. I don't know how you curb that. It's I guess you can program the AI not to do it somehow. I don't know.
I thought they had the safeguards around AI where it wouldn't let you create like certain images. I know in ChatGPT you they don't do anything violence or.
It will, there's workarounds. I've done it a million times. There's workarounds. You gotta make it sound like it's for educational purposes, demonstration purposes, not just for your own gratification, and they'll do it. And then a lot of times they'll do it, and then they'll realize what they generated is not what you want, but you can already download it before they retract it. So it's a million workarounds to it.
There is Rogue.
Or you can just make your own offline right there on your computer, and that's easy to.
You're correct, Jim. There's a million workarounds. I have some breaking news I'd like to share that I'm stunned that I am shared, but I'm happy to share it.
TNN, he is stunned. One mic on you, TNN. Let's go.
Thank you, baby. This is a moment.
Maybe.
The government, the United States government, has officially registered the domain aliens.gov. I'm not speaking.
Oh, congratulations.
He's stunned to give you guys that news.
I got so excited.
What happened?
The United States has officially registered
Aliens? Like illegal aliens?
Not illegalaliens.gov, just aliens.gov.
It's safe to say that Trey is responsible for at least 30% of your content, gross domestic product.
30?
I think Trey is a good 30.
No.
Good 30%.
I don't think he's 30. I think he is definitely in content, but 30, no sir. I won't say 30. We appreciate his contributions, for sure.
Listen, you're good for a good 2%. Man is doing a lot of heavy lifting. He's in the 50 plus range. Trent is, neoliberals up there.
And you're down there.
Yeah, neoliberals up there in the 50 plus range as well. Don't worry about the math. My cousin, who's a photographer, was able to update, because he had an old, outdated website. He was able to go to Claude, and Claude take all the because conversion is what matters for, marketing sites. He was able to take all the conversion techniques for websites, get Claude to make him something, and then download it and deploy it. So it is a momentous occasion. I hope it helps him get more business.
And download and deploy. What are you talking about right now?
Instead of migrating.
I'll say it again. So my cousin, who's a photographer, talented gentleman, had an old, ugly, outdated website.
Okay.
And he was trying to get more conversions from his website.
Okay.
So he went to Claude and said, hey, utilizing all the, best practices in photography, converting websites, or converting photography websites, make me a website. And it did. And so from there, he was able to, download it for his own, possession, and then deploy it with
other people's content.
We need other people's content.
You said he wanted to get all the imagery from the high converting.
No. Best practices, brother. Best practices.
Conversion methods, you mean?
I said best practices. If you want to say conversion methods, that's fine.
I just want you to see how you did it, sir.
Brother. Best practices is gonna be top tier vernacular and lingo for this subject.
You're not well versed in websites at all. Just stop.
Oh my God, there's nothing you can tell me about websites. There's nothing you can tell me about websites.
Keywords and meta tags.
There's nothing you can tell me about
It's not gonna have anything to do with vernacular. You don't know shit about websites.
What? You don't know what vernacular is.
You don't understand keywords, long tail keywords. You don't understand any of that shit.
You're just talking about SEO. You're just talking about SEO.
I know what I'm talking about. You said vernacular. Nobody understands websites. I'm saying the best vernacular from other sites. What the fuck are you talking about?
I'm talking about communicating.
You're smart enough to know what you don't know.
There's nothing you can tell me about websites, sir. There's nothing you can tell me. Sir, there's nothing you can tell me.
Top tier vernacular.
There's nothing you can tell me.
You said top tier vernacular, bro. You said those words. Talking about websites.
Bring Omar to the front because I just watched the video. I didn't die in Philadelphia punching an elementary school guard in the face. Why ain't nobody up in arms about it?
School guard got punched.
What happened again?
They just showed a video on CNN of an elementary school guard getting punched in the face by some random thug.
Was the thug a student or no?
No, it was a man.
Oh.
showed it. Like, what does that help? How does that?
I don't know why.
What's the context?
They showed it.
Context.
That person does
That's
that.
like local news level type of information.
So it's illegal to CNN.
That's interesting. It's almost like we don't have enough bad press with Gemini. Thank you.
Also, it made it to CNN. I didn't know that the WNBA was in talks to raise their salary.
They should be. They don't get paid shit.
I thought it should be like a big bump after this negotiation. It should be a big bump in their salary.
But then again, I think they lost money. Like as a business, the WNBA lost money for like 5 to 10 years in a row.
I'm not gonna blame them because I don't believe in women's basketball. But
so if you're not generating money and you're trying to raise your salary, yeah, that's kind of a conflict of interest, it would seem.
Ben, do you watch women's basketball?
More college than
Oh, you sound a little bit far back then.
more college than pros. I watch it.
Why?
He watches for the
College
Giants.
one?
Yeah.
Oh,
Over the pros.
Oh, I think the basketball is better than college. I think the pros was kind of boring. I actually think they should lower the rim.
What? Lord, really?
Yeah, so they can
What would that do?
more dunks and more excitement.
I agree.
I don't think it's so exciting for a breakaway layup.
That's a fact. How do you play up?
You know how much that would cost to change the rim at
They're adjustable. What are you talking about?
No, brother. We're talking about at the local, small, elementary school level where you learn the game. All of those rims aren't adjustable across all of those parks, across all of those schools.
Oh, that's a good point. You're right. That would actually, you're right. You have to find the girls. That's actually a good point. I never thought about that. You'd have to find a girls rim. That wouldn't work.
That's not true. Even in high school, they can adjust the height of the rim. Like, what are we talking about?
No, but like
Learn the game.
at the parks. You know, like the parks, that's pretty set.
Gotcha.
This nigga wanna fight. This Black Panamanian wants to fight.
I don't want no smoke, bro.
To be honest, take this canal. Pause.
I'm not a real nigga. I told you that. I'm a black father, black entrepreneur, but I'm not a real nigga. I don't want no smoke.
Ben, I actually completely agree with you that taking the women's rims to 9-3 would make a ton of sense. But there is more breaking news. It is confirmed that an Iranian missile did impact a Saudi oil depot near Radia. There's video of it. Also, there was an impact at Qatar's Ras Laffan industrial city in Doha. Their main natural gas and LNG site, as well as Qatar Energy. No, I'm sorry, it's being reported by Qatar Energy, was impacted by a ballistic missile from Iran. And so that's why you see futures, once again, because the oil market's closed, but that's why you see WTI once again spiking.
Why are you looking at WTI?
Why am I looking at WTI?
Futures market is not closed, but
I heard that and I was like, what in the world?
I'm looking at WTI. What time is it? It's 3 o'clock. I was looking at Eastern time. Yeah, I'm looking at WTI.
those depending on.
Are you sure that's confirmed? I'm looking for a trend. I don't see it anywhere.
I know you don't see it yet. You'll see
See
that.
that boots on the ground again? Gotcha.
You know,
The futures market closed because
You know you got his connections, bro. Y'all don't got these connections, bro.
My understanding is only that the futures, not the futures market, that the oil market closes at, is it 1:30 or 2:30? I don't know, you can go back and forth, I don't give a fuck when it closes, it doesn't matter to me. That I didn't recognize that the oil market closed at a different time than the stock market. That's what I was hoping. Alright, well, who cares? Whatever. That's not the point that I'm saying. The oil is rising on both WTI and Brent based on this news that is just breaking out.
Based on the ballistic missile hitting the Saudi oil depot.
Based on ballistic missile hitting the Saudis and Qatar.
Qatar, got it.
Qatar.
But yeah, I definitely say we trade concrete for Negro spiritual. That's what we're doing.
Wait, Trent ran away right after sharing the breaking news.
He always runs away. That's what he does.
The breaking news that we discussed, what, 45 minutes ago? When neoliberal told us that it's correct to commit.
Not neoliberal anymore. It's Negro spiritual, sir. Please address him correctly.
30%.
Just for the sake of the room, Brent is the world's default oil price. Most of the trade is priced of Brent.
I can barely hear it. Can y'all hear him or is it just me?
Oh, sorry. Brent is world's default price, oil price. Most trade is priced of Brent. WTI is a U.S. benchmark based on crude deliveries to Texas or I don't know. Anyway, it's a U.S. one. Then there are others specific to Abu Dhabi, specific to Japan, specific to Gulf to Asia, export like Dubai, etc.
You know, when you ask him why is he focusing on WTI, he kind of just ignored it. I was gonna say maybe because he thinks it's a cool name to pronounce, and that's why he keeps repeating it. That's all.
That's the one that's most pertinent to us. Brent is for the rest of the market.
Yeah, except the conflict is an international conflict at this point because it's impacting the rest of the globe.
Yeah, we know that, but more about your home than you care about your neighbors.
Well, if you knew anything about me, you'd know I'm not just in my home. I'm a global citizen. You feel me?
You get the point, though.
He just signed you.
Oh, brother.
You feel me, little nigga? That's what he said.
No.
Yeah, he just said it on there.
He said, brother, he dodged the question on the end of that, I'm telling you. He dodged the question. The question was, do you care about your home more than your neighbor's home? The obvious answer is yes. I care more about mine because that's where my loved ones reside. That's where all my fucking precious, what are those things called? Gifts? Possessions. There we go. Precious possessions. On and on and on. Thank you, I'm like.
He said we're possessions. He said what are those things called? That's right.
I'm on my third day of fasting. What about you, brother?
My third day working out, brother. Who's in better shape?
Listen, brother. I can bench press 3 plates on both sides. What about you?
What sides are the plates? Those could be
45s, brother. We're talking about 45s, brother.
Okay, brother.
Okay, okay. And we're done.
I too can bench press 5-pound plates of 3
I said 45.
I bet you Kevin and I still beat your ass though.
Oh, yeah. Alright, let's do a quick little quiz. In a street fight, what is the most important technique? Go ahead. Huh? Go ahead. What are you saying? Oh, no, technique, brother. Not outcome. That's an outcome.
That's it. That's the only technique that matters.
What's the most important technique? I'll tell you, brother.
Wait, go ahead, Concrete. I want to hear the most important technique in the street
For
fight.
me, it's gonna be distance in the jab. I think if you had kept your distance aware, like that, not let anybody get close distance. Oh no, we're talking about spacing, brother. Spacing. We're talking about the jab. We're talking about spacing, brother.
You do understand punches and punches. Like if anybody knows how to throw a combo, that spacing shit ain't gonna work unless you got.
I'm not letting anybody get close enough to throw combos. What are you
talking. You're not gonna be able to run fast enough, bro.
I'm talking about running, brother.
Go ahead, my mic on you, Spiritus.
Yes, thank you. So I know we did talk about the rates and they weren't touched and all of that, but now the consensus is there won't be any rate touches this year and not until mid next year, 0.25%.
Europeans are
So,
rate hikes this year, so that's they coming to the United States.
yeah, we're very nervous over here. He says it's too early to tell whether the conflict would impact inflation and unemployment. He did acknowledge the U.S. was still on relatively solid footing. But, you know, it all depends on a variety of factors. But the consensus, no rate cuts this year, it's kind of a big deal. We'll see.
No, hold on. Ben said that
Well,
point needs to be a point and a fucking half.
Towards one possible rate cut in 2026, but the market, I have to look at what's this year.
I do have a question. If they say the economy's looking pretty bad right now, we have a gloomy outcome right now, gloomy outlook right now, I should say, why wouldn't they at least cut it by a half a point?
Because inflation just rose to.
Yeah, they can't cut it by
Can you say that? I can't hear the number. I heard that.
Inflation rose to, was it 3.5?
0.4, I believe.
Yeah, that's really bad. They like to keep it at 2%. So what we have is stagflation, which is a worsening economy and increase in inflation. And so you would think, okay, stimulate the economy, lower the interest rates. But then you've got this looming inflation issue. What do we do? Right? So
You started Middle East war. All of this.
That's a counterintuitive, but so you guys are saying lowering the interest rates increases inflation?
yeah, because when you make money cheaper, basically, more people can bid up goods, right? So yeah.
Go ahead, Neil.
All of this data is before the war started, before the oil prices spiked. So this is just a preview.
You remember the BLS nominee, the MAGA guy, E.J. Antoni, who was he did his undergrad in a seminary school.
I'm not going to stay on this point. I'm just trying to wrap my mind around it.
The reason I bring it up is he was quoted today in the Financial Times. Quote, I don't think this is an economy that is going to be able to handle $100 a barrel oil. It's just not. The economy is weaker than we thought. Inflation is worse than we thought. This is the hardcore MAGA economist. Says that the economy can't handle $100 oil. Today in the Financial Times.
And analysts say that it's not a matter of if, but when it gets to 150.
I mean, it could go much higher if this race gets closed.
Neil, real quick, so if they were to cut inflation, that would incentivize spending. Incentivizing spending increases demand. Demand makes more inflation, more inflated prices. Is that
Not directly.
the theory?
Not necessarily all the ways, but yes.
If I don't answer, we won't tell them. I'll just go ahead
My lord.
The other thing is that Powell's not leaving while the lawsuit is still continuing.
Yeah, I've seen that. They didn't come stay till it's thoroughly finished.
And he's on governor, although Kevin Morse is going to be taking over, I think, in May or June. He's still on the board of governors, so he still has a say. And his term doesn't end until 2028. But he said he will not leave the central bank so long as the criminal investigation into the renovations of the Fed headquarters continued. All this is self-inflicted. It's crazy. Trump wanted the rates to go down, and he's doing everything to push them back up.
Yeah, the only thing saving him was the low oil.
in Chicago? Is he the one in Chicago or something? Which one was?
Is this the Trump-appointed guy that wrote the whole Mar-a-Lago accord on tariffs and shit like that? Wrote this new work?
The worse this economy gets, the more important the central bankers, commercial bankers are gonna get. I think JP Morgan, and I think they're the reason for the issue, right? They're the ones who got us into the mess, but they're also the ones who have to fix it, which is crazy. And so, if Trump gets his wish with this next Fed chair, man, and if he keeps lowering rates, I'll look out for Jamie Dimon too. He's a real something or other.
So the question was posed, how high would oil prices have to go for the committee to vote to raise rates? And Powell says, we're prepared to do what needs to be done, but I wouldn't want to hypothesize about what that might be. Dang.
This Fed, it was dumb. It was nothing interesting. They weren't, they just moving too fast. They weren't prepared to answer any questions.
Yeah, why was they?
Market or anything else, yeah.
I mean, point being, if Europe's raising the rates, like all the conditions here could potentially lead to that. So they're not going to put anything, not going to say anything saying, oh yeah, we're definitely going to raise rates. Of course, they're going to.
I do have a clip if y'all want me to play it about the rates. It's up to you guys.
Good.
All right, 1 second.
Is that the Fed funds rate is unchanged, so the Federal Reserve deciding not to do anything with interest rates this time around, leaving them unchanged, keeping that Fed funds rate between 3.5% and 3.75%. This is coming after the Federal Reserve notes in its press release to reporters that the labor market has softened, inflation is still a bit elevated, but the unemployment rate has been holding steady. But the key line that we received from the Federal Reserve is this. I just want to read it to you. The implications of developments in the Middle East for the U.S. economy are uncertain. So there is that uncertainty that the Federal Reserve will be taking into account. This was a delicate balance by the Fed today. We decided to hold rates steady, but at the same time signaling that there could be some turbulence ahead. We also got from the Federal Reserve in this particular meeting economic projections. This is where they see the economy in the next year or so. We are seeing in this economic projection that they do expect one rate cut still this year. They also are signaling that they believe inflation will actually cool from where it is right now. PCE, that's the inflation gauge that the Federal Reserve likes to look at, is at 2.8% on an annual basis. They expect that to come down to 2.7%. That is a signal that the Federal Reserve maybe believes that this war with Iran could be short-lived and that the inflation impact could be short-lived. They also go on to note that the unemployment rate will likely hold steady this year at 4.4%. GDP actually noting that it could tick up to 2.4%. There was just one dissent among the board, Stephen Myron, who has dissented 5 times in a row. He is calling for a quarter-point cut at this meeting. But it was mostly unanimous, except for this dissent, that they wanted to hold rates steady. We're also looking forward to that 2:30 press conference with Jerome Powell, where for the first time he will be asked, where does he see the economy going and the impact of the Iran war? What will it mean for inflation? What will it mean for prices for everyday consumers? He'll also be addressing, perhaps, if he's willing to take some questions and answer them from reporters, about this DOJ investigation that was blocked by a federal judge into him and whether or not he lied to Congress. That judge decided to block that probe by the DOJ. We also know for the first time he's going to be addressing whether or not he is going to say anything about the president's pick for the new chair of the Federal Reserve set to replace him in May. That is Kevin Warsh. See if he comments on that. And also worth noting if he plans to stay on with the board of the Federal Reserve. That is ultimately his decision.
rates are suffering again today. 1.5 points, almost across the board on the three.
You know what's so crazy is raise rates, all your adjustable rate debt gets impacted with an already, fragile economy. You're gonna start, so you got the credit card debt, that's like at what, 1 point something trillion. You've got car loan debt at also 1 trillion and above. You've got the adjustable rate mortgages. They're all gonna get adjustments. Everybody that's got, pegged to the interest rates.
I'm saying, y'all ain't gonna get me in trouble. I ain't gonna tell y'all the future. Yeah, I'm gonna keep my mouth shut on that one. I'm on right in enough shit. Just want to be quiet. No, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, sorry. I was going to say his words do move the markets.
Yeah, but the fact that he said I ain't gonna tell you, to me, will move my market. Hello?
That's a point.
So, since we have the benefit of concrete on the stage and we have a moment in time, in this moment it may be. Concrete, do you know anything about this self-healing concrete or bioconcrete?
I heard about it like a couple of years ago. I never looked into it.
Okay. So they're saying it as an alternative to traditional concrete, what I've been reading about.
Yeah, those are all just things to get people excited. I don't. The thing about bright ideas and then making them a part of the industry, there's so many impediments to that. Suppliers, distributors, even local municipalities, the testing organizations. Like the idea is everything that we build with has to get approved by the local municipality. And so for whatever this self-healing concrete is, it has to be approved, which is you've got to evaluate it, make sure that it's equivalent to what we're dealing with now, and then say, yes, you can use this instead of that. And who knows how long that bureaucratic process will take.
It's too expensive though.
Well, for those who don't know, and this is just in the trades I'm reading, they say traditional concrete is typically between 65 and 80 per cubic meter, but the cost to repair it is 147 per cubic meter. So that's why they may be looking to something like a self-concrete or bioconcrete more specifically. But again, it's just other ways to be able to cut the cost for people down the road. That's why I asked the man concrete, it's in his name, this question to see if he knew anything about it. That's all.
That's all Nancy is.
Anyway, it'll be it'll like if you can get access to some structural engineers and see what they're talking about it, because that is going to go through them. ASTM, the testing laboratories, is going to go through, and then the international code council is going to go through all of them before it ever gets to the industry.
I just like reading about ways, put it in a bucket of different ways to have housing affordability and lower costs for housing markets up to, yeah, like for the same bucket
bucket, but this ain't a bucket, you know, container on all these things.
Yeah, those are bullshit.
The thing that they're doing, even with the housing bill that they're trying to pass in terms of recategorizing manufactured or modular homes, so that people can be able to finance them. All those things, it makes me curious.
It's all bullshit. The bottleneck isn't in the processes or the materials. The bottleneck is with your government. If you put in, if you have a set of plans today that you submit to get approved, come back in 3 months. They tell you 30 days, right? They're supposed to tell you 30 days, but what happens is there's multiple disciplines that gotta get reviewed. So you got the building department, electrical department, plumbing, HVAC, they all gotta get reviewed. So building might approve you on your first go round, but then electrical says, we don't like this, you need to change that. So you gotta get your drawings, and they'll email you. And so now you gotta get the drawings back, send them to your designer, say, hey, here's the comments from the city, you need to make a revision. Obviously that guy's busy doing other stuff, so he might not get his revision back to you for a week. So then you get the revision back, resubmit the drawings, and now you go through, again, the 30-day review process, right? They're not gonna start reviewing you as soon as you resubmit. You're in line with everybody else. So when you go to, when they do get to you again, they're like, we got this other issue, we need this dealt with, right? And so that's why the process would be 3, 6, 9.
We may want to look to Detroit, because according to what I was reading in Crane's piece, Detroit has new initiatives to speed up their building with same-day permitting for renovations of new homes and businesses, a process that takes usually up to 30 days or longer. So this is interesting. There's also 5 cities in California are doing it, and they're also using digital systems and all that. So I think this is exciting. Planning. It doesn't list, it's just 5 cities in California. So they're saying that they hope to see 1,000 new single-family homes in the next 40 years in Detroit. So that's good.
The reason why I'm asking that is because I have to agree with Concrete Show on this one. Like, this is a fucking slow ass process.
No, of course it. There's not a disagree here. Everybody agrees that the permitting and everything takes really fucking long. I'm in every fucking other day. I get it, and there's a way to speed it up. My point is that Detroit looks like it's taking an initiative. And it's very interesting.
They got a lot of initiatives, a reason to have strong initiatives.
Let me see if I can get the article posted.
Yeah, what do you permanent sound for a renovation? Now, if you were doing a swap out, like you needed to change out your AC, that's pretty straightforward and simple. All right, but a whole house renovation? No, that's like.
What is the incentive to build it faster? Because that sometimes can cause problems with the integrity of the build. And when they talk about building it fast and the foundation and everything, especially in the high-rise building. So, but you just a renovation, though. You didn't say that. Yeah, it's a renovations only. Well, he was saying build.
The integrity isn't an issue because the drawings are per the code, then the inspections are per the code. So while you might get an approved set of,
you can't speed up the inspections though. Like once you get,
you can. I'll just tell you, bro.
Go ahead.
Just get more inspectors. If you have more inspectors, then what? Go ahead. Tell me about it.
Michigan works a little differently in certain jurisdictions. Certain trades are state regulated, so like for electrical, mechanical. So I'm not sure how the city handles it, but that also could alleviate things. And then some things you have to go through the county for like easements, things of that nature. So typically for repairs, it is a pretty straightforward process, especially if you're not making any alterations to the current footprint.
I agree.
as far as just switching out and doing things like that, or even renovation. But when he's talking about new build, it's a whole different process. And that's what I thought he was talking about as far as new homes.
That was renovation.
Renovation about, well,
Just renovations. Okay.
there's some more pre-approved designs as well as renovations. My morning, so good morning, Bill.
Morning, how you doing? And then the prices that they have, now they're putting like a 30-day stipulation on the prices because when they give a quote, they can't hold that quote to longer than that because the prices change so much because of materials, like especially now when the oil and everything fluctuates so fast. So I don't know how fast you'll be able to do it when they say that stuff. How fast you gonna do what?
It says 1,000 homes in 4 years.
You build a house ground up.
I don't remember you being a woman when you were on stage before, Beach. But okay, go ahead, Concord. You share an account with somebody?
Huh?
I was asking Beach if they share an account with someone. I just don't remember them being a woman. Go ahead, Concord.
Yeah, thank you. What I was gonna say.
I want you to answer me. Speak sure you know somebody.
Man, I really need to brother talking about this question. Hey guys, I can just
What's wrong with
you guys with a group of intellectuals.
You heard me.
My
I'm sorry, Beach. Go ahead, bro. Beach, I'm sorry.
That was
I'm sorry. I don't remember you being a man.
Man, I'm not even there. This is crazy.
Yeah, me too, because I should have raised it anyway. So on a house, 2,000 square feet with the right size crew. And the right size crew is gonna be on, like, let's say, how many carpenters? I would say like 4, masons 10, electricians 3. Give me your hot mic, brother.
My bad.
You can build a decent sized house, I'm saying 2,000 square feet, with everybody knowing what they're doing in like 30 days. And that's everybody knowing what they're doing on a management level because there's a project manager or superintendent.
Were you watching the Discovery Channel? When they do the houses in 30 days?
Brother. Please allow me to finish, brother, before you express your skepticism. So, the idea is you need good management and good manpower and organization. And yes, you can build a house in 30 days. It's not that complicated. If you are in an area where you can get ready-mix concrete, like easy, you're not in the boonies where there aren't a lot of concrete plants. There's a lot more customers than servicers. But if you can get concrete when you need it, blocks when you need it, lumber when you need it, you can build a house in 30 days. It's not that complicated. Yeah. If you want, I can go over
I mean, it can be done, okay, let's just do this. It can be done, but it's not recommended. Anyway, excuse me, sir. Maybe perhaps you're talking about like building bunkers or something.
I'll explain.
Can you build a bunker in 30 days?
Listen. The reason why
Is that a no?
you can do anything. It's not that complicated.
Okay, got it.
It's not that complicated. I'll explain it. You can excavate a foot or a foundation in 1 day. You can put all the steel necessary in 1 day. You can pour the concrete in 1 day. You can block a house in like 3 days. You can roof a house in 3 days. And I can tell you the crew size of the roofers, that would be like 3 to 4. The block guys, like I said, 7 to 10. If you had combination, like 4 guys. Yes. Same thing with roughing the electrical work. You can rough in a house in like 3 days with 3 electricians. You can rough it 2 to 3 days. You run all the ducts in like 2 days with 3 guys. Is not what we think about with housing, why it's bad, is not because of the laborers, it's not because of the material, it's cheap. And also, you have to know how to manage it properly. Like, if you got 2 guys and 3 guys, that changes your numbers. If you didn't call your inspections when the guys were done, that extends your period of time. If you didn't pre-plan your concrete pours rule, and hey, I'm gonna need you on this.
Is there a concrete porch rule?
I said pours, concrete pours. Anyway, if you didn't trusses in advance, you're not gonna get your trusses when you need them. If you don't have the material on site and you are, ordering it late, that's gonna extend your time. So management matters, crew size matters, organization matters, but yes, a well-organized project, you can get it done in 30 days, without cutting corners.
Let me ask you this concrete. So, I've done 2 build-outs in LA County. One of them was on commercial property, light industrial. The other one is residential. Right? Now, why every time I talk to my GC, they tell me after permits, and you already know how long permits take. After permits, we're still looking at a 2 to 3 month build-out with all materials pre-ordered.
How many square feet?
This one was 4,300 square feet.
See, the thing is, so when I tell you that you need the right crew size,
I say modular with parts of it being put together off-site.
Are they
have expedited, right?
So there's things that have, no matter, even if it's modular built off-site, it might still have a long lead time, because the things that you're ordering, there might not be that many vendors, and they've already got like a backlog, right? Where when you get in their queue, you're still a month out, right? Even if the thing is, you don't want to order things because they might not approve. So if you've ordered it before your permits were approved, then you might as well, kiss that money goodbye, and then now you have to start over. So you gotta wait. So those are the long lead items. And so long lead items might be your problem.
That's why I said after permits. I was very specific. I said after.
So
He's like breaking up for y'all. Or...
No, he's breaking up. He's breaking up.
Let me ask you a serious question. Hold on. Before you go, brother. What do you do for a living, bro? Before you go, I'm a contractor, brother. You're a contractor? Yes. Are you? What kind of contractor?
Finish with building first.
I'm a certified building contractor by the state of. Anyway. Yeah. So I don't know what your long lead items are. So the long lead items are typically going to be custom things that are not on the shelf or mechanical equipment. So your carrier AC units, those have long lead items. If you were doing like a restaurant hood, those have long lead items. If you're getting Italian marble from Italy, those are long lead items. If you're getting German hardware from Germany, those are long lead items. If you're getting glass tile from Switzerland, those are long lead items. On and on, you get the picture. So I don't know, but as far as if you were doing like a regular box, framing, drywall, where you gonna get dry tile? Lumber shops. Anyway, if it's a regular, everything's on the shelf, 4,300 square feet, it shouldn't take you 3 months. If it's taking 3 months, that's because he's using very cheap crews, guys that don't have uniforms. They're gonna call you and say, I can't make it today. They're gonna show up with two guys. They're gonna show up with They're gonna show up with two guys instead of three guys. That's the only explanation I can have given those conditions.
I don't know the details.
You gotta ask them about the long lead items. What are they?
I know my GC and actually Cindy Stumple actually was a big help on the process too. But I'm gonna tell you this, brother. It was never anywhere near 30 days. Never. And the best case scenario, like that's never mind.
Like I told you,
obviously your best case scenario could be projected out to 6 to 8 months in a fast build.
That's crazy. No. That's a fact. You're out of your mind. Get out of your mind. But that's not hard.
I promise you. Why am I going spirit?
Quick comment. I wholeheartedly, from the depths of my soul, apologize to the GOO members of the stage for introducing this topic.
I'm enjoying it because I woke up to hear Detroit, so I'm not even mad at it. If Detroit gets in the topic, I'm cool with it. I will say, I do know, like, the ability to build quickly does exist, and I only know this, and I'm not in none of what y'all are talking about, but when I lived in the Middle East, we would go on vacation and come back a week later, and there would be whole new buildings that existed. Now you see, like, the fuck? How is this building here that it was not here? Hold on. Now I know there's probably lots of shit I don't know. I admit that, but I do understand that in 30 days a lot can fucking happen. So that's all I'm saying. I'm no expert. I don't need to be interrogated with questions because I don't know shit.
Let me help y'all out, just so you can get understanding.
What y'all talking about? Can I get a recap?
We're talking about construction, permitting, building time, so on and so forth.
Can you build a home in 30 days?
He's saying you can get a home built in 30 days.
Your whole house in 30 days? Y'all ain't seen that show that they
What did I say? Let me help you out.
Conversation.
Let me
I am too. This shit is crazy.
I know. I got it, bro. I'm not gonna argue with niggas who know better.
You know better. I've been to the bottom. This is the thing. Anything you wanna. I don't know.
I'm gonna let. Niggas is getting upset. I'm trying to bless you. Alright, go ahead, bro.
I work with city planning all the time, bro. All the time because of what I do. I don't know the business like you do, and I don't pretend to. I'm not gonna do the clubhouse. But I do know the timeline that was given to me by my GC and the timeline that it actually took was even fucking longer.
I understand, brother. I understand. Listen. I didn't say, like, listen. Bro, here. I'm gonna explain it. So that was a qualified statement. Number one, proper management. Number two, regular on-the-shelf material. Number three, in an environment where the vendors I'm letting. Is there somebody else speaking? Is there somebody else speaking?
I'm not doing something I like doing. Sorry. I can't do this.
I'm just trying to share and bless my community. I'm just trying to share and bless.
Can y'all stop for just a second? It's like everybody cares more about what they're saying than anybody who's not right. It's really difficult to listen to. Goodness.
Can I run out for Cameron?
I hear you, Hurricane. Let concrete finish because they work on the thing.
Get your strong there. Can you get rid of them?
Concrete not trolling.
We're not talking about concrete.
Hurricane not trolling. Your mic is really difficult to hear. Insisting on like interrupting while your mic is like this. It's just not fair to us. Concrete finish, please.
Alright, thank you.
Also, Jim and everybody in different areas, I didn't want
wanted to state that, right? I think people are arguing it was like, yes, what we give to this road, there's now Tennessee, different regulations, different laws.
But let me go, brother, please. Thank you. Again, that was a qualified statement where the situation has optimal components, which is good management, which is not easy. Good manpower, which is not cheap, and available off the shelf resources, right?
Don't just repeat. I surely didn't make space for you to say.
Why are you doing this?
Because like people
are you serious right now? So you gonna take it out on me because they're upset?
No,
I'm gonna make it as soon as possible.
Hello?
Well, I already answered his question.
It's done. He should have just listened to me. Another moderator threw you down. You should have been happy. I was up. Go on, Hurricane.
Yeah, so, just respectfully, I don't understand why people aren't listening to when I move the train along. We've heard Congress talk about construction for the last 45 minutes. You know, we heard Ms. Cleo talk about what she went to bed seeing and waking up a day later to see new buildings constructed in the Middle East. We get it. People can build homes quickly. Great. Who gives a flying fuck? This is politically correct. We don't need to hear concrete talk about construction for another 30 minutes. The content is bad. Nobody cares. Ms. Cleo, no one's interested in building shit.
People like 80 people talking and saying people aren't going to read it as crazy.
Move on. Concrete's an idiot. Move on.
So there were like several people in the conversation to say people weren't interested is just not
Nobody's interested. Scotty apologized for creating this demon. The demon is.
I didn't create anything. Look, I don't know what your
He said Scotty, not you.
Oh, my bad.
I said Scotty apologized.
Sorry, I apologize. I said I'm sorry. I didn't hear that. I'm human. I didn't hear it. I said I'm sorry. Your microphone. I tried to tell you this before you started talking. Your microphone isn't that clear. Maybe it's just me. Gemini, you can go wherever. I thought it was a conversation happening. And
Random people talk about construction. What's going on?
That's my fault. If I fucked up, I fucked up. I can take responsibility.
We're good. We'll just follow up Ms. Cleo. Let's just go. I agree with Hurricane. We should move the conversation for the benefit of the collective room.
Yeah, I'm cool with that, but it was a conversation. It wasn't just my talk.
Yeah, and it was a productive conversation, and it's
You're hard to hear too. I don't know what's going on with everybody's microphone.
My microphone. What's wrong? Like, why y'all let Hurricane come and like shit on me?
Oh my goodness.
For no reason.
Oh,
stop. What did I do?
No, when I make fucking space for you, you not about to be talking about me. Fuck that. What we talking about, Gemini? What the fuck is happening? I made my space down. Austin for making the space, and then the nigga gonna make fun of my black ass? Fuck that. Gemini, what we on?
You got real Detroit real quick.
I'm sorry. Hi, you all. How are you doing?
Well, good afternoon to everybody else and good morning to Miss Cleo.
Good morning. Good afternoon. Good evening. Whatever y'all got.
Wait a minute, Japan is good to meet you. What I say?
Yeah, I'm in Japan. Yeah, my bad. I say I fucked up. I'm willing to take responsibility. You know, I don't clubhouse. I live life. Like, my bad. So, Gemini, what we on? Tiandre, what we on?
Say that if y'all talk about building a house in California.
Don't, please,
Like, find a house
I don't think it's, I don't think that they're
Is it an elastic good?
I don't think that their audience is mostly niggas. I don't think we're paying for that.
Typically, there's a lot of laundry, but you don't think so. When you say niggas, do you know
Stop. You can get news into your phone for free. Why are you paying for
Gemini,
that?
you always should be the monolith. I mean, like, really? Just because girls be sending you naked pictures, don't mean all men get naked pictures. Stop it.
You're using yourself for